Tony, would you please call the roll?
Jimenez,
Present.
Perales, Cohen,
Here.
Roscoe,
Here.
Davis, Esparza,
Here.
Arenas,
Here.
Foley,
Here.
Mahan,
Here.
Jones,
Present.
Liccardo,
Present.
back to Davis.
Here. Thank you, Tony.
Thank
Great. We're all here. Thank you all. We are back now to items 8.3 and 8.4. We're going to be taking items out of the numerical order because these were specially set for 6 p.m. 8.3 is the citywide residential anti-displacement strategy recommendations, the status report. And 8.4 is City Council policy priority number 10, anti-displacement tenant preference ordinance status report. I see Reagan is here. Welcome. Or Kristen. Or Jackie.
Hi, good evening. Thanks, Mayor. Reagan Henninger here with the Housing Department. I'm here with Jackie Morales-Fran, the Housing Director, Kristen Clements, our Division Manager, and Asen Nadai, who is our Fellow with Partnership for the Bay's Future. Next slide. So by way of background, San Jose participated in a 10-city policy link anti-displacement policy network in 2018 and 2019. Our cohort included both city representatives and community stakeholders. This work resulted in the development of a community strategy called Ending Displacement in San Jose. The report outlined a set of strategies, but also raised the voices of those most impacted by displacement in San Jose. The Housing Department will continue to raise the voices of those most impacted by displacement in our own city strategies, as well as integrating the context and lessons learned from participation in the policy network. And for those council members that are new and for community members in our supplemental memo, we do have links to that community report. Next slide. So the Housing Department was before City Council last September when Council approved the city's residential anti-displacement strategy. And there were 3 priority recommendations that you see here. The 4th was added by Council in January, which is adding a person with lived experience of homelessness to the Housing Commission. So we're here tonight to provide you an update on these 4 priority strategies. So the first priority for the Housing Department was equitable COVID response. Since September, this work has been focused on advocacy at the federal and state levels for eviction moratoriums, enacting a local moratorium on rent increases, and developing the emergency rental assistance program that was recently launched at the state and soon to launch a local program focused on the city's most vulnerable households. And our local emergency rental assistance program is rooted in the EOC recovery values of invest in our most vulnerable, empower our community, and partner to stabilize. Next slide. So the second priority was developing local tenant preferences. And this recommendation was deemed extremely important by many residents from East San Jose when developing the community report I just mentioned. So the department has been working closely with Somos Mayfair on this priority. They've been an active partner in advocacy with us at the state, and Senator Cortese has sponsored a tenant preference bill, SB 649, which will be heard at the Senate Housing Committee on April 15th. And Somos Mayfair will be there to testify. Additionally, the department has met with the State Department of Housing and Community Development, and they have requested an extensive data analysis and opinions on tenant preferences. And so we will work with the state on providing that analysis in the coming months. but our goal is to get HCD approval by the end of this year and come to council in early 2022 with a tenant preference ordinance. Next slide. So a community opportunity to purchase program, also known as a right to make a first offer to purchase, provides advance notice of the sale of multifamily residential properties to qualified nonprofit housing developers, tenants, public agencies, providing them with the first opportunity to purchase a property. This is an important tool with 3 primary benefits, although there are others: preserve housing, create pathways to ownership, and provide stability to tenants who wish to stay at the property and rent at an affordable rate. So much of the development of a local COPA program will be done through our anti-displacement working group. This work group will be facilitated by a consultant and have a diverse composition of stakeholders. The work group is also an opportunity to raise the voices of those most impacted by displacement. We're launching this work group later this month. Next slide. And then finally, the 4th strategy is equitable commission representation. And as I mentioned in January, council prioritized adding a person with lived experience of homelessness to the Housing Commission. So this is where we'll start our work, but we'll eventually move on to look at representation on other commissions. The Housing Department has not yet begun this work. So there are 3 people on Kristen's policy team, including Kristen, and 2 of those positions have been vacant up until last week. So now that the team is fully staffed, we can begin this work, which includes bylaws change to the Housing Commission. We're also currently surveying the commission, and we'll look for other underrepresented groups for future seats on the commission. And finally, we'll develop a training and support program for the person with lived experience to ensure they're prepared and supported for the role. And
Reagan, I think your mic just went off. There you go.
good timing, because that is the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anything more from Housing Department or City Manager before we go to the public? All right, well, let's go to the public now for public comment on these 2 items, the residential anti-displacement strategy recommendations and the anti-displacement tenant preference ordinance status reports. We have Catherine Hedges. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Housing Department. I want to thank the Housing Department of San Jose for all the hard work they put into this. I've been to many of the listening sessions and other outreach. They've really listened to the community on this, and I'm very glad that we're doing it. I think it could have happened earlier, but I'm glad that it is being addressed and a way of addressing it. And I strongly recommend that the city accept this report and accept the put the recommendations into effect. Thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. Brenda Sendejas.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I would like to commend the staff, the council, and the nonprofit partners for all their work bringing the city anti-displacement strategies. Today, I am pleased to see the first set of recommendations. I urge the City Council to continue to take serious look at all solutions that could help communities that are struggling with displacement. I want to thank you for your time, for letting us comment, and thank you for the increase in the moratoriums, the service funding, and also thank you to Senator Cortese, who continues to work with the community. Thank you. You guys have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Brenda. Tessa Woodmansee.
Yes, thank you. All right, displacement. You know, the thing is that I've been looking at, because of the very bad planning in our community, that brings a 5-story hotel, 80 rooms with a 40+ garage into our residential neighborhood. And that is because of the terrible planning of our city that is all about jobs over residents. And that is really the chokehold of our affordable housing, of our, the real issue about displacement is that we have a housing crisis and we're not providing the housing. And even when the developer proposed housing, it was denied for some, like, what would you call it? A, straw man argument that it was too close to light industry across the street. And then I thought today, oh, well, Eric Schoenauer developed housing at the mixed use at Julian in Stockton, still across from light industrial as well, on the east side of Stockton. Yet he got mixed use. He got to have residential and housing developed there as a, whatever he is, a lobbyist, who has total access to our city. And this little developer, Alan Wynn, who had no connections, was denied affordable housing because of some mess up in the city, which is ridiculous. And this is how this needs to be rectified. We are having a housing crisis, not a hotel crisis. And everything we do needs to be about solving our crises. And we should not be supporting hotels. This is, a problem in our community. It's supporting fossil fuel based lifestyles, and that needs to change immediately. And these are things that need to change. And on top of it, we need resiliency. So if we're not going to build housing there, we need to buy that property to create a living farm to grow food. We need to be growing food.
Thank you. Paul Soto?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There's a lot of moving pieces to both these policies, but it's critically important that as a collective, as a city, we confront redlining and have San Jose accept full responsibility for all of the associated economic, social, and political impotency and inefficacy suffered by the direct descendants of Sasipuedes. You see, because you have right now nonprofits that are capitalizing on that history, but they have no connection to that history. They theorize about it, they understand it intellectually, but this city has not confronted what has happened to the descendants of Sasipuedes, because this is a unique population here in San Jose that doesn't share a history or commonality with others that either are first, second, or third generation immigrants here, or that has come from out of the state here. And so there's a lot of moving pieces to this. One of the ways that the city, I think I'd like to acknowledge, is the way that the tenancy ordinance would establish that kind of, it's kind of like a weak way of acknowledging that we're actually gentrifying those descendants out of the area when they have never been in a position or a point of healing from the generational traumas and economic deprivations that redlining created for that very population. And so that, I just want to acknowledge the city's acknowledgement that that's a necessary component of anti-displacement. Thank you.
Thank you. Marty Kemzan?
Hi, good afternoon, and nice to see people. So this is the first displacement meeting I've been to, and I just have a question about COPA. Maybe somebody could send me some links. I'm on the city website, and I always find there's too much information there. And I'm wondering whether COPA would extend to ADUs. If a person has an ADU and a tenant, would that person first be, if he wanted to sell his property, would the tenants also have the right to get help I mean, I don't understand COPA very well enough, so I don't want to say too much about it. But I do want to know if it extends, in addition to fourplexes and duplexes, to ADUs. And maybe you could just answer me online.
Thanks, Marty. We'll take that question up as soon as we're done with comment. Oscar Castro, welcome, Oscar.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Oscar Castro, working in partnerships. We would like to express our gratitude to staff, council, and all partners involved in getting the anti-displacement strategy to this point. We are pleased to see a set of recommendations moving forward to the process. All parties involved have done a tremendous job in working collaboratively on policies that should serve as crucial solutions as residents throughout the city become at risk of displacement. We would like to commend staff for both prioritizing local preservation efforts with COPA, as well as partnering with state leaders to create opportunities for tenant preferences. Additionally, as the COVID-19 pandemic continues to have an effect on renters, the need is greater than ever to identify opportunities for recovery and support for renters in San Jose during this pandemic. We would also like to take a moment to highlight additional policies that could go a long way in supporting residents at risk of being priced out of the city. The community strategy to end displacement, developed jointly by community leaders in the city, clearly stated the need for robust tenant protections and policies to ensure that renters continue to have an opportunity to live in San Jose is of the utmost importance. This includes strengthening and broadening our existing tenant protections, including the Apartment Rental Ordinance, Ellis Act Ordinance, and Tenant Protection Ordinance, and collaborating with tenants to support more responsive code enforcement to better protect San Jose working families from the threat of displacement. Neighborhoods throughout San Jose are facing the risk of displacement. This strategy will provide a comprehensive set of solutions to support residents in this city. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide comment.
Thank you, Oscar. Scott Largent. Scott, your device appears to be muted right now if you're trying to talk. Scott, your device is still muted, so we're not able to hear you yet. Scott, we'll come back to you. It looks like you may have a device problem on your end, so go ahead and raise your hand if you're able to fix it. And we've got a few more speakers, and we'll take you up as soon as you raise your hand. Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thanks for this item. This is work started a few weeks ago, I think, or maybe it was last week or a few weeks ago. Really important work. Good luck on how you can continue these efforts for all of us at this time. I remembered from my previous item from consent calendar that my mind got blocked. It seems appropriate to bring up here that in the consent calendar, there is issues about the RV situation, I guess, or towing situation, actually, what your new tow policies are. And in Palo Alto, they've developed a really incredible system for people who sleep in their cars, and how city talks to them and works with them and deals with tow issues and houses them and where they can actually sleep and stay. And like sort of like safe parking, I guess, ideas also included in that, but it's more than that. It's really interesting stuff that I think can really help with San Jose's own issues of tow policies at this time, and an important part of this whole anti-displacement process of this items tonight. And so I just wanted to mention it. And Fremont, Mountain View, Berkeley, they're all dealing with RV issues and the like. So it's important to bring this up and be reminded of it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Matthew Reed. Welcome, Matthew.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Matthew Reed from Silicon Valley at home. I want to start by acknowledging that much of this work has come out of a community-driven collaborative process with the city over a long stretch of years, and that SV at Home has been pleased to be engaged and invited into supporting this process. And we're excited to see it continuing to move. There are, of course, many dimensions to the challenges that we face. And we're pleased that the city is pursuing a range of creative tools to respond to these dimensions of our current crisis in an effort to really address the community where the needs are the greatest. So we're really just here this evening to appreciate and acknowledge the work that's being done. We're strongly supportive of the tenant preference piece of the policy agenda and have spoken with the senator's office and are signed up in support. And we've also committed to being a part of the anti-displacement working group. And I think I just got my invitation today, so we're excited to start that work going forward. Just thank you for the good work and the continued movement. And I hope this process will continue to be supported by the council, because it won't be short and it won't be simple, but it's truly essential to developing the tools we need to be able to respond to where we are.
Thank you, Matthew. Alex Shore, welcome, Alex.
Hey, good evening, y'all. This is Alex Shore speaking tonight personally, not on behalf of any organization or commission on which I sit. Although I am a city housing commissioner, I am, again, not speaking on behalf of the commission. Great that the city is talking about how to create more representation. I love the idea of bringing more folks with lived experience onto our commission. I think we already have 2 members who have experienced homelessness who currently sit on the commission and have talked publicly about it. But that perspective is absolutely welcome, and glad that the city is prioritizing that. So thank you to staff for that recommendation, and thank you for all the work you're doing on displacement. Love to see it and really appreciate what y'all are doing. Keep it up. Thanks.
Thank you. Peter Ortiz.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Peter.
Great, thank you. Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is Peter Ortiz. I'm an East San Jose community leader and trustee on the Santa Clara County Board of Education. I want to share a special thank you to my representative, Councilmember Barrasco, for championing this item as a council liaison, as well as to organizations like Somos Mayfair for truly making the city's anti-displacement strategy possible. It cannot be overstated how important this strategy is for our residents of East San Jose. Our community members are living in highly impacted neighborhoods and are struggling with the threat of displacement and gentrification every day. On top of this, many of our working class families have been impacted economically due to the pandemic, making Eastside especially vulnerable to displacement. As a renter and someone who comes from a working class background, I'm grateful for this initial list of recommendations that I hope will move the dial on preventing the displacement and eradication of our city's strong communities of color. That being said, there's still much work to be done. In order to have a true displacement strategy, we need strong protections for our tenants that protect them from predatory property owners. I urge the council to move forward with this strategy and continue to work towards other solutions to support working class families with anti-displacement. Thank you.
Thank you. Sachin?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, first, just want to thank the mayor and the council for this item. And yeah, again, I am speaking just for myself. I've done a lot of work, on working with homeless folks and on housing policy, especially around community land trusts. And I just wanted to echo what Alex had said about lived experience and just really committing to that. It's impossible to lead without that vital information. And just want to say the anti-displacement, the study that was done several years ago, it was very critical. It outlined so many recommendations that are important, especially with the recent news of the schools in the East Side, having to close down. Displacement is very real. These impacts are real, and it's just changing the fabric of our community. And we're looking at becoming a more sterile San Jose instead of the diverse, vibrant place that we all know and love. And just wanted to say that the importance of revisiting the apartment rental ordinance Ellis Act Tenant Protection Ordinance. I think it's very important. I think we need to bolster a lot of our policies that we've kind of done in the last few years, and just really take the urgency of this issue to heart. And yeah, just I think everyone on the council and even the new members just have that commitment, and looking forward to what the council will be doing on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Session. Anil Babar?
Hi, Mayor, Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Anil Babar on behalf of the California Apartment Association, and we look forward to engaging with the city on the development of the recommendations as they go forward. It's important to ensure that as you develop these recommendations, you're receiving the input of subject matter experts, such as the issue of COPA. I've been in contact with countless owners and brokers who have a variety of concerns with this policy and can definitely explain the pitfalls of such a policy. I also appreciate the announcement of housing to create a working group and a technical advisory committee, and I look forward to seeing when these groups will start meeting. I look forward to seeing these committees have a balanced viewpoint when seeking input. And lastly, I appreciate that this item was time certain at 6 p.m. on the dot. Thank you.
We aim to please. All right. Thank you to all the members of the community who came out to speak. I know we all have a lot of questions. I wanted to start, though, with a question that came. And first, to say thank you, Reagan and Kristen, and everyone who has been working so hard on all these items. A question came from Marty, I believe. And my recollection was that COPA was going to apply to multifamily property owners. What about folks who have maybe an ADU and a junior ADU on their single family parcel, which I guess is something more than single family since there's 3 families in there, but anyway.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So we have not developed our COPA policy yet. There are other cities that we're studying that have COPA or TOPA policies that do apply to ADUs and single family homes. But again, we haven't developed our policy and what it will apply to. I don't know if Kristen or Jackie have anything more to add.
Yeah, I'm happy to comment. We had conceived of this as a probably smaller multifamily product, but as Reagan said, we're open to learning from other examples, and we think that other jurisdictions are considering smaller properties. The discussion has come up about empty lots. Definitely a lot of renters live in single family homes and duplexes that are rented. So we've had a lot of questions actually about the smaller end of the spectrum and what that means for the program. So we'll be open and continuing to listen and trying to figure out what could work, because that is, I think the council directed 5 to 50, and they each have their own financing implications. So we have to really think through what the universe, as we call it, would mean for the design of the program.
5 to 50.
But we're open to hearing feedback.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kristen, forgive me.
Sorry, Mayor.
No, you had the floor. 5 to 50 is what we directed. That's 5 units to 50 units. Is that right?
I believe that's right.
Okay, great. So at least that
It
addresses.
might have been 3. It might have been 3. I think it was 3 to 50.
Ason's our expert who's looking at all of the levers, as we call them, of the program and research, right?
So maybe as few as 3 units. Is that right, Ason?
From the 922 memo, it was 3 to 50.
Okay. All right, great. Well,
Thanks,
that won't be a deterrent for those who simply want to build an ADU. Okay, that's wonderful. I know there are many other questions I have, but I'll wait for my colleagues to go. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I just want to say thank you to staff, really echoing I think the comments that you heard from the community. I think displacement is truly one of the biggest threats that we have facing our city here in the near future. It certainly has been a reality over the last several decades, but nothing I think, as it has been exasperated. I think compared to how it's been exasperated today. And so having a strong policy certainly will allow us to stall, if not stop, this unnecessary displacement. I know a lot of people feel that it's inevitable with growth, but the reality is it's not. If we have the right policies in place and can create those opportunities of not only adequate affordable housing, but also to combat displacement in and of itself, then we can change that trajectory. And so just want to say thank you. This is really important work. Was happy to see that my colleagues still showed a lot of support in that as we had our last dialogue around priority setting. And I truly believe these three priorities are going to ensure that our most vulnerable community members can continue to call San Jose home. And then lastly, I do support the addition of an unhoused resident to our HCDC, and understand our city processes can be cumbersome and not necessarily accessible to all, as we know. And as I had asked in CED, I think we have to ensure that there's further support and training for the new commissioner to ensure that they have access and are able to review all the materials and participate fully. And I know staff is aware and prepared for that. And so with that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the staff recommendations on these items. And that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're receiving a report at this point. Is that right? There's no. Okay, great.
Yeah, I'll clarify that then on the accept the update. Thanks.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember. I had several questions. Really appreciate the reports and the information there. And grateful for moving forward on the ensuring that there are people with lived experience on the Housing Commission. It sounds like from Alex Shore's comments that there are already people, but certainly good to have explicit seats on that commission for folks. And I know that the housing department, I guess I learned later, was already thinking of doing this, but it was a suggestion that came from Robert Aguirre that prompted me to push, and so I appreciate that moving forward. The early parts of the report that went to the committee really focused on the prohibitions on evictions during COVID. And I know this is a bit of a messy turf because we had our own ordinance and then we were preempted, state and so forth. At this point, it's a state law that governs and preempts at this point. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So if we're just dealing with the state law, I just describe a circumstance of a neighbor of mine around the corner, literally, and who has a landlord who I'm convinced is attempting to evict him in violation of that prohibition. And I know there's all kinds of issues because communication issues, his wife is Spanish speaking and so forth, but we helped him get to we had neighbors who were helping him to get legal representation, but beyond a private right of action, is there any city enforcement or mechanism, regulatory mechanism for enforcing the state statute, or does someone have to go get an attorney and litigate?
No, there's no, because it's a state law. I mean, and that's one of the reasons why we have always wanted to either mirror state law when possible. Sometimes people have asked us, well, why do you need to have additional protections on a city level? And it's just really why we have advocated so often in the housing department, the importance of it is that unless there's a local law, we don't enforce state law. And
Right.
So our hands are tied, even describing and providing advice regarding the state law, because it's not our law. And so often people have to get attorneys in order to protect themselves. And that's one of the reasons why we're supporting legal help in these efforts.
Yeah, I appreciate the point. I know we'd all prefer to find a quicker route to resolution because obviously there aren't nearly enough attorneys and resources are thin. And so this may be a Nora question, but even though the state law preempts ours, couldn't we approve mechanisms for sort of straightforward regulatory enforcement, for example, for fines against landlords who violate the state law, given what we know about the difficulty of someone having to, get an attorney and go through that process and how long that would take? Even if we had a perfect universe of a lot of attorneys out there ready to take those cases, it would just, the delay and the limbo that leaves so many families in. I think about this one where this family has, a 2-year-old son. Is there, would it be lawful for us just to be able to pass an ordinance that would enable us to implement the state law with regulatory sanctions at the local level?
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm thinking about the question as you're asking it. And it might be that we could formulate a city ordinance that, as Jackie is saying, maybe mirrors the state, or provides that if there's a violation of particular state laws, that there could be city sanctions. The other thing that the city can do, but it has to be a large enough business or property owner, is obviously the Unfair Business Practices Act. If there's a large property owner that's routinely violating state law,
right,
with either violating Ellis Act or something like that, we could bring in unfair business practices. For the smaller property owners, that's a little bit tougher. Yeah. But it might be that we could structure something so that there would be a city penalty.
Okay, I appreciate this. I'm happy to discuss it offline. I guess with unfair business practices approach, that's still full on litigation, right, Nora? That's not us being able to issue a fine. That's us filing a lawsuit. Okay.
And it's much more effective against an ongoing business practice of a large entity.
Okay. I'm happy to take this up offline. I'd really be interested if there's a way, given our very scarce resources. I know we don't have staff to go out there, issue fines, but we do have code enforcement and others. And I just wonder if this is something we could consider. So I'll take that offline. In terms of the HCD guidance on the anti-displacement tenant preference ordinance, and I understand that we're looking for help, and I appreciate Senator Cortese stepping up on SB 649. I guess that's to ensure that we'll be protected against any claims under state fair housing law. Is that right?
I can answer that. No, it actually has a little bit different purpose, and Chris Alexander, our attorney, can chime in. The purpose of SB 649 is to make it easier and more predictable to use the tenant preference on deals financed with state or federal tax credits or bonds. Because what it does is acknowledges this population as it makes a policy pronouncement and creates kind of the legal underpinnings to treat this population specially under law. And therefore, it supports property owners' ability to create a separate wait list for that population, because a public entity has acknowledged that it's worthy of being a carve out of the general use provisions that the IRS requires for tax credits and bonds.
Okay. It's the same action that the state did for the teachers when they pronounced that California had this housing shortage for teachers, and therefore it allowed local money and tax credits to acknowledge this special need.
So we can legally restrict housing to teachers, affordable housing?
Only if it's on their property. So it has to be on a school site. It has to be K through 12.
Okay, got it. Thank you. All right, that's helpful. I guess Yeah, I think I'll leave it there. I was trying to figure out if there was a way to accelerate this because I know the legislative process is uncertain and long.
Right.
But I appreciate you guys have looked at it in every direction.
Right.
So thanks for all your work, and look forward to seeing the results. Any other questions before we vote? All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Peralez,
Sorry, aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll jump back now to 4.1, which is illegal street racing. And I believe Captain Schreier was just about to give us a presentation.
Thank you, Mayor.
Pulling back. Thank you.
Let me make sure this works here, folks. Okay. Thank you, everyone, and good evening. Mayor Ricardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and all council members. A special thank you for Council Member Esparza and Davis for championing part of this sideshow presentation I'm working on tonight. I am Captain Todd Traer. I normally work the Foothill Division, but tonight I represent all of us in an effort to remove San Jose as a focal point for illegal sideshow and street racing in our city. Sideshows and street racing are vehicles and people that willfully participate in speed contests, including racing, drag racing, exhibition of speed. It's a growing problem in our city. The large crowds include often 500 vehicles that meet in our city and create violence throughout the city at all sorts of different locations and times. It's impacting our community in that emergency services are often getting completely shut off of the roadways, including police, fire, and medical response. The events are dangerous. As you can see, here's a photo from a few weeks ago where two vehicles were racing as the police were trying to get up to that area, and one vehicle lost control of themselves and the vehicle flipped over. Fortunately, no one was seriously hurt, but often spectators and participants are hospitalized and killed in these events. Officers have been injured too. We've had officers that have been collided into by some of the participants. Other officers have been injured from people throwing rocks, bottles, boards at the patrol cars or them. And that causes significant damage, not only, of course, to the officers that get hurt, but our both public and private property. And our community is reaching out to us at every community meeting I go to. It is brought up every time. What is happening with sideshows and what are we doing about it? And that's what we'll talk about tonight. A little bit of history on the racing enforcement detail within San Jose Police Department. It was and continues to be a voluntary team of highly trained officers, sergeants, and lieutenants that work all aspects of sideshow and racing issues. It's currently run by Lieutenant John Carr Jr. and Lieutenant Nunez of Patrol. And they are pulling officers from our swings and often midnight shift to deal with this issue throughout our city whenever they pop up. Fortunately, you've given us a great tool, the spectator ordinance. It's a misdemeanor. It's been highly effective at impacting the reoccurrence of sideshows. When we go out and cite, it often ends the sideshow and it deters the follow-up event that were to happen either later that night or the next day. Other agencies are looking to implement this spectator ordinance in their city and county. We've used multi-agency task force in the past. They've been very effective, but as they wane and sideshows stop happening for a while, they have not been reintroduced at times. And in deterrence, we've done great videos that tell people it's not worth being part of a sideshow in San Jose. But the reality is we can do more, and we can work with our crime prevention units to impact youth that are thinking about becoming part of these spectator sideshows. What we need to do now is figure out a way to stop taking officers from the beat structure, and that's where I need help. Additional money for overtime and enforcement will help make that happen. It'll also allow us to do relentless follow-up on vehicles that are outstanding that were involved in sideshows and spectating. Those vehicles are often impounded for 30 days. And the money will also be used for installation of equipment, IT demands like software and storage needs, and it includes us paying public works to install things for us throughout the city, like LPRs, which are license plate readers. I have a whole slide on that one coming up. But today I have Laura Wells with me from the Department of Transportation. And Laura, I have a slide for you in 2 slides that I'll give you a chance to kind of touch on the DOT deterrence, physical deterrence that we're going to talk about tonight. One big thing I'm excited about is that we are reviewing and looking with the city attorney at the idea of a promoter ordinance. We as a city can stand up today and loudly tell sideshow entities that we will hold them responsible for planning, initiating, and participating in these illegal events. To the highest degree, we'll seek damages, including physical damages caused at any event that they've proposed in our city, and civil costs for each and every police officer, vehicle, and helicopter, and the time spent to respond to these illegal events. We started a task force. The chiefs have called other chiefs, and they've responded, and they've been here during the weekends for the past month. It's been highly successful. We have departments from all over the Bay Area responding out to help us do enforcement, not just in San Jose, but the surrounding cities. And they are watching tonight. They're watching to see which way we go with this task force, which way we go with funding, and they are even seeking funding of their own to continue to support our efforts as a Bay Area task force against sideshows. A special thanks to the city attorney's office. When I took over as captain, I went to them and told them what I wanted to do with the sideshows, and they never told me no. They definitely told me they would look into what's happening. In fact, even possibly state legislation if needed. LPRs, automated license plate readers. There was some questions about that at the Rules Committee hearing, and I wanted to touch base on that. There is a multitude of different types of equipment that we can use, and we still have to decipher the right thing for what we're trying to do for the sideshows. But the nice part about them is they collect data of the vehicles that are involved during the sideshow, and they help us lead to those 30-day impounds of participants, as well as data that can help us with very violent crimes that are happening during these sideshows. The data is automatically purged after 1 year, and that is a department and city policy. Laura, I'm hoping you're on here. I did see you earlier.
Yes,
okay.
yes, I am. Thank you, Captain Trayer. So Laura Wells, Assistant Director from the Department of Transportation. And we will be, as part of this effort, selecting 5 locations to pilot physical deterrence. We're going to pick those locations in coordination with the police department, and we can consider Councilmember Arenas' recommendation. And I can say that it's highly likely that there will be at least 1 location in each of the districts that the council member mentioned. So the Foothill District and the Southern District. And then we can also consider equity as part of that broader analysis, but we will want the focus to be on the hotspot areas where the police department is seeing this activity, the illegal activity, occurring more frequently. We'll be piloting with the pilots, and I do want to point out that each location may include multiple areas. So it's not just necessarily 1 intersection. There may be 2 intersections involved in the location. We'll be using quick build materials, so materials similar to what was done downtown with the Better Bikeway. It's paint, pylons, pavement markers, etc. And we can consider Vice Mayor Jones's recommendations to evaluate the use of box dots in these applications. On the slide to the right, there is an intersection, and I want to call it, it's actually a pre-pilot pilot. So it's a project, a safety project that we selected in collaboration with Councilmember Arenas' office at the intersection of Ruby, and it's not shown, but it's Tully Road and Murillo Avenue. And this project is nearing design completion. We're going out to the community in April, and we're targeting installation of these measures, quick build measures, in the May-June timeframe. What the measures will involve, the black dots there you see on the lane lines and into the intersection are pylons. And so the lane line pylons will help to narrow down the lanes and help slow the speed of vehicles approaching the intersection. And then within the intersection, we will be installing little half circle islands to help neck down the intersection and to hopefully deter the illegal donut type activity. Then also, because this is part of a safety project, we're doing a holistic improvements, and we'll be installing some enhanced ladder type crosswalks at the free right turns. This work is going to be done by our Vision Zero safety team, so we will need to prioritize the delivery of the pilot with other safety and Vision Zero quick build projects, and it may, we're hoping not to delay it too much, but it may have a delay on the efforts with some of the other projects that are in the works. And I think that's about it. Turn it back to Captain Traer for the last slide.
Thank you, Laura. I pulled the citations from January to March of this year, just to get an idea of kind of what's happening now. And I wanted to see where people were coming from. 43% of the people that received citations for spectator and reckless driving were from San Jose, and 57% were from 44 other cities. I just want to point that out because that's a big number. It just gives you an idea of the draw that our city is having right now with people from outside the city. I did highlight the top 5 cities. Just people are coming a lot from Tracy, Stockton, San Francisco, Livermore, and Milpitas, which is pretty close. But I think that's it from me. I just want to thank you all for your time. This slide kind of goes over the things I've already spoken about, what we're looking for to work on with you, and open it up to any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain. Interesting data. It's not the tourism we wanted to encourage. We'll go first to the public. Tessa Whitmansey.
Thank you so much. Yes, appreciate that you're looking at how to make our roads safer. That's very important. And the issue that I see in regards to the sideshows, the racing, and the speeding, because that's what we have on Stockton Avenue. We have speeding on Stockton Avenue, and that's why living on Stockton Avenue, I see that all the time, and the accidents that occur from that, and the bad design of the road coming from actually a high, anyway, it's got a very high hill. I forget what they call that, but that causes the problem. And so what I've been saying about this issue is that we need to engineer our roads for safety, and that it isn't policing, even though the police would like that and have more, police and more, all that money that comes to the council members from the police department to support them. We've seen that. And, but we need to have it be a solid engineering solution. We need to engineer safety into our roads and not blame the kids and the car culture, because we have created the car culture. The adults have created the car cultures. That we have created the roads that encourage speeding. And so that's what we need to focus on as a sustainable long-term solution, and investing in traffic calming solutions that don't encourage the type of speeding that happens in San Jose because of the wide open roads. So basically that would entail like roundabouts are a good solution, tree line medians, separated bike lanes, bulb outs, those type of things that could create more, to lengthen the width of our roads so it doesn't look like a freeway. And of course, even the radius of our streets to square those off like they have in Japantown. So all those engineering solutions need to be part of this.
Thank you. Catherine Hedges.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. And yeah, I've been hearing a lot about the sideshows, and I agree that they're dangerous and that the design of our roads seems to be conducive to having sideshows. And as a customer of several vendors for car culture, I agree that we need to do something at the sideshows and make sure that we don't end up criminalizing people just for having cars that look like they can be used at a sideshow. And I'm also concerned that the enforcement methods, I agree with things like having barricades and traffic calming and improving design if possible. But I do worry a bit about things like license plate readers and sanctions for the spectators, because how do you keep from catching people as spectators who just happen to be in the neighborhood and trying to get home, or, they didn't, just innocent bystanders who happen to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't want this to end up being, frankly, racist, like a lot of the anti-gang activities have been in San Jose. So we need to take that into consideration, find ways that are not going to criminalize having a car that looks fast, or, being Latinx in a neighborhood where people do dumb stuff with cars. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul Soto?
Yes, thank you for your presentation, Captain Traer. It's good to finally put a face to the voice. I've watched these sideshows on YouTube, and these kids are getting high off this. This isn't like just something to just do, but there's an ever-present danger of great bodily injury, loss of life, and just all of the excitement that is associated with the car speeding and spinning and like almost like testing the danger element. So I mean, these kids are getting high off this. They're not just doing it just for fun. And so what concerns me is the being able to dish out citations for people that are participating in this, because if they're doing that in the street corner, that means they're doing that out on the road. And them speeding at those types of speeds and testing their cars like that, they can actually kill somebody or give somebody a great bodily injury while they're out there on the road. And at least there's a precedent for that behavior, that this person knowingly participated in acts that they knew to be dangerous. And that would be a valuable precedent for the families that incur the injuries as a result of that person speeding. And so I appreciate Captain Traer's analysis and focus on dishing out the citations specifically for that type of racing. Also, I had suspected that there was that many people from out of town engaged in this kind of activity. So yeah, thank you for keeping our streets safe.
Thank you. Mr. Beekman?
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. Thank you for the words of the previous two speakers. And Tessa too, it's nice to hear Tessa again. I'm a total nerd about this subject, but I really liked what Paul had to say. And I really liked Catherine Hedges' words that, this can be a process where we don't have to criminalize still. I mean, I know it's getting serious, and what Paul said, there's a real thrill involved to it that's not so manageable right now. And I hope there just can be ways to talk it down and address it in good terms. And I've offered, all my ideas about using the ACLU and Council of American Islamic Relations CARE, those two groups, really inviting them to the table to address these issues. I mean, you're going to get more ALPRs when you already have, a plethora of ALPRs. You have a ton of ALPRs already. That's not really addressing anything in what you already have. There's going to be a heightened use of gun surveillance, basically. When, are we thorough with our interstate gun trafficking practices? Those are the practices that I think can really address gun trafficking issues, and not to simply label and nail people at the local level. And those are two concepts. And then you bring about, good healing community services and really address why is this, happening, and all the depth of that and what it's about. And you invite the people who are a part of that to this process, and invite them to what is open public policies to address these things. Do the good stuff. Thanks.
Thank you. Ricardo?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yeah, so my name is Ricardo Caetano. I'm a resident on Communication Hill. I'm facing the intersection that has been the site of several sideshows, the Hills Avenue with Communication Hill Boulevard. And yeah, I'm just want to express my concern about the sideshows that I've been witnessing from my living room, right? So I urge the council members and the city to enforce those rules that the captain is showing. I mean, I fully support the license plate readers and any physical things that you can put on intersections. I'm a little bit concerned of having a roundabout on the Hillsdale Avenue, because also of another issue is that avenue is every day the speeding and the loud cars that traverse that avenue is high, right? So around about there, I don't know if it will start to have some accidents or people don't respecting the roundabout. But nevertheless, I fully support. I think that something needs to be done. The level of violence on these sideshows is increasingly. Just a few weeks ago, we saw that sideshow where were being fired randomly by people on the audience, right? So this is not some kids that are just showing off their cars, and if it was even a crime, but this is far worse, right? And if we don't do anything, things will get worse, right? So I urge the city to put in place measures before this gets worse. And specifically where we live near the Hillsdale Avenue and the Communication Hill Boulevard, especially because the Communication Hill Boulevard is being extended. So I'm concerned about also future events on this hill, on this avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your input. Giovanna Vega?
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. And I definitely echo what the other community members are saying. My biggest gripe with people doing donuts is more so in the neighborhood in which I live in. I believe it was about a year and a half ago, a car actually spun out into someone's house. And so that was on Haga and Singleton. And just recently on Haga and Wool, I actually was about to turn the corner and I didn't realize that someone was about to do a donut until my friend told me and pointed it out. And so that almost caused a collision. And then I've also seen it on Haga and Durand. So it just obviously Haga being that main street. And I just feel that because it does happen often on Singleton, now it just is those neighboring cross streets that people are beginning to feel comfortable in doing so. So I definitely would appreciate if this area was considered to get some type of physical barricade to prevent people from feeling comfortable in coming into the neighborhood and doing donuts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Person with the number ending 5140, Mr. Sonsini. Person with the number ending 5140, your device appears to be muted right now. Push *6. There you go. Sir, you're still not able to be heard right now. Appears to be a problem with the phone. You may want to dial *6. Nope, now you are muted. We're still not able to hear you though. Now you're.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, cool. Start the clock again then. Zoom is terrible.
We already did that.
Okay, thank you. Anyway, happy Easter, everybody. And I just wish you guys took other crimes more seriously than people doing donuts. You know, Bambi Larson's murder, they let that guy go many times. Maybe he should have drove a car in a circle and then he would have went to jail. But see, these people come from out of town because they know that you guys don't have the stones to prosecute him. District Attorney Rosen, he's too busy wanting to paint a picture of Ruth Bader Ginsburg over there. And they come from all over because they know that your district attorneys don't want to have to prosecute. And you're going to take the cars away. Who's going to pay to get them back? Not those people. They're going to go bankrupt or not pick up the car. You think they're going to pay thousands and thousands of dollars to get their cars back? You guys are going to look like a used car lot, City Hall. We don't park them there, I know, but if you park them out front, you guys could pretend you were a used car lot. So yeah, I don't really care about people doing donuts. You know what I care about? I care about midnight to 6 a.m. patrols in my neighborhood of people breaking into people's houses and people stealing cars, people stealing packages off of the porch. Someone doing wait a minute, you want to bust people watching? Really? That's what you guys are going to do. You'll bust somebody walking home from a job before you would probably bust the guy spinning a donut, because San Jose PD always takes the easy way out. It's a loser department, and this is the only thing they could show off that they've actually are doing something is arresting a guy spinning in a circle in a car. Okay? That's all they can do. They can't do anything else. I mean, they arrested Bambi Larson's murderer and let him go, but they're going to all of a sudden get.
I'll note for the record, Mr. Sonsini incorrectly stated that SJPD did arrest the individual who committed that homicide. Had nothing to do with the department, what charging decision was made. Aman Duwakar?
Hi, can you hear me, Mayor?
Yes.
First, I want to thank you, Mayor Liccardo, and the committee for hearing on this matter. My name is Aman Duwakar, and I live in South San Jose, near Hillsdale Boulevard and Communication Hill. So over the past few years, one of the things I've seen while living here is 6 deaths of kids due to exhibition of speed and illegal street racing. 4 kids died wrapping themselves around a tree around Communication Hill. And then a couple of other kids died on Hillsdale Boulevard at the intersection of Combs Hill and Hillsdale. And, I was young once. I've lived in San Jose all my life. And, we all do this as young people, but it doesn't really hit you until, obviously somebody near and dear to you passes away from it. So we consider ourselves victims, but really the victims are the parents of these kids that have to suffer, and their and their family and friends. And I've seen the grief that this thing can cause. So I urge, the city to, take whatever precaution, that they need to take in order to address this. And I support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to the members of the community who came to speak. We know there's been a real concern for many neighborhoods, and I see 8 hands of my colleagues up, which tells me it's a concern in a lot of neighborhoods. I want to thank Council Members Davis and Esparza for their memorandum, which I'm happy to support. Council Member Esparza.
Thank you, Mayor. First I want to start and thank all the folks that came out to speak and took the time to write. Thank you, Arvin, for sharing your story. So for folks that are watching, I do know we have some folks watching. I wanted to show 1 minute, just 1 minute of a video. Henry, could you pull it up, please?
Henry is on it. He's dashing out the door.
Okay, all right. So I was gonna actually bring up something else too. Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Okay.
Now to some chaotic scenes caught on camera in San Jose. Illegal sideshows roaring through neighborhoods and smoked up streets early this morning, one of them erupting in gunfire. As KPIX5's Dahlin reports, some neighbors say the police just aren't doing enough.
Neighbors say it took police a long time to respond and break up the sideshows. They're also frustrated that no one was arrested after a sideshow at this intersection ended in gunfire.
We were frightened. We jumped out of bed, we laid low.
Neighbors who live near the intersection of Hamilton and Lee Avenue say they woke up to the piercing sounds of burning rubber and gunfire.
look out my window and there are probably 200 people.
Many neighbors called 911.
About 15 minutes later, one cop from San Jose showed up, and the folks weren't budging for him.
They kept doing hot laps in front of the cops. That did not stop them. And then the gunfire.
Witnesses say.
That's been a minute.
Thank you, Henry. Thank you. And then, Henry, since you're there, I just wanted to show that this is a citywide issue, as the mayor alluded, because we all have our hands raised. If you could just quickly show that map, I just wanted to show folks. So this was the spectator ordinance on the citations issued. So you can see that these events are happening all over the city. Thank you, Henry. And so I wanted to show that video for folks that, you know, are fortunate enough not to have this experience in their neighborhood, who haven't heard it. I know I can hear the street racing and sideshows pretty far away from where I live. I can hear them when they're on Capitol and McLaughlin, and I can hear them going down Capitol. It's pretty loud. And I wanted to highlight how large these sideshows are, how dangerous they have become. That Councilmember Davis has strong feelings about what happened at Hamilton and Lee, and I'll let her talk more about that and the reactions from the neighborhood and the neighborhood that was in. That's people living there, kids asleep, and having that kind of activity in your neighborhood it's dangerous. And, you know, as some of our callers that called in, and again, thank you for sharing your story. For myself, the week before the election, in November 2018, residents in District 7, particularly along Monterey, had shared their stories. This was such a really horrible issue. And there were sideshows happening 50 feet from a neighborhood where people were out playing with their kids at 11 a.m. on a Saturday. So these are not in the outskirts at all. These are in dense neighborhoods. These are not one or two cars. And as you heard, there, you know, has been gunfire. In District 7, there's been use of guns, and there's been gunfire. In District 7, before what happened in Councilmember Davis's district, some folks rammed a police car. So this is not low and slow. This is fast. This is dangerous. And I often think of a week before the election in 2018, I think of Lorraine Garcia, a District 7 resident. She lived on Monterey Road. She was coming home in a cab at 6:30 in the morning and died as the result of a collision from a street race that was happening at 6:30 a.m. down Monterey Road. I think of Angel Rodriguez, age 33, Ernesto Chapa, age 26. I think of Jason Dearman, age 29. The folks that I just named after Lorraine are both participants in sideshows and victims from sideshows. So we're not just protecting the neighborhoods, we're protecting the people that participate in these sideshows. We have some folks who have lost their lives. The other thing I wanted to point out is that with 500 cars, or in this case, it was a couple hundred, because sometimes they're very large and they break up. We all know that we have the most thinly staffed police force of any big city in the nation. Well, guess what? We're not the only ones that know it, right? Other folks know that too. And the police can't just respond. I mean, we heard about the one officer that showed up, but that's because it had splintered. There was a very large sideshow that split up specifically to stretch the police even further. And that night, it took 56 officers, many of whom were pulled off of the beat structure. So these are officers that are pulled off of calls in your neighborhood and mine to deal with this. And it is dangerous. At Lee and Hamilton, over 100 bullet casings were picked up in that intersection alone. In District 7, that same night at 10th and Alma, a community member tried to break up the sideshow. He was quickly surrounded by a very, very large group of people, rushed by the crowd, assaulted, and thrown out of the intersection. So this is the reality of sideshows. This is not what we grew up with. This is not, going out to the outskirts where there are no people. This is very dangerous and presents other dangers than just these sideshows, which are enough on their own, but it presents dangers to every neighborhood when it's stretching our police force so thin. I wanted to quickly address a couple of things. One is, and thank you, the PD, thank you, Chief Mata, thank you, Captain Traer. I know you've been working very hard on this. So in terms of the promoter ordinance, we talked about the sideshow ordinance. And just as we use a promoter ordinance to deter illegal activity in nightclubs, we're looking to deter illegal activity here in San Jose from sideshows and street racing. These events are drawing people from as far as Los Angeles to come to San Jose to do this. And so that's why the promoter ordinance is included. In terms of automatic license plate readers, this is a tool, a follow-up tool, again, to deter further sideshows from happening in San Jose. There's a consultant's report from the city of Santa Clara where it's a recommended tool in that city. And understanding that there is a complexity when deploying new technologies for us as a city, this proposal would work through our recently approved digital privacy policy and be built into the police department's duty manual using the existing policies for car-mounted automatic license plate readers. So I know that there are a lot of folks who want to talk, so I'll be brief. And actually, I'll be brief. So with that, I'd like to make a motion so that folks could share their thoughts and weigh in. So first off, I'd like to thank the mayor for including these efforts in the March budget message. Thank you, Mayor, for not just including the police efforts, but including the Department of Transportation build-out efforts in the March budget message. So thank you, and I'm sure other folks will have more to say on that. So I'd like to move the memo that Councilmember Davis and I put forward, which includes the promoter ordinance. It includes the automated license plate readers. It includes the funding, which the mayor has already covered, and it includes the countywide task force, which I believe has actually already started. I'd like to include the vice mayor's memo with the reminder, because we just had the discussion about police overtime, that the racing enforcement detail is often on overtime or pulls officers from the beat structure. But I know Vice Mayor is very passionate about that subject and knows that very well. So I'd like to move those items. And then on Councilmember Arenas' memo, I'm going to go backwards and include number 4 and say, let's keep open the idea that the PD included in their memo about putting the ALPRs on a trailer. I think if we commit to a fixed cameras, folks will know about it. They will go around. We have 181 square miles in our city. And so let's include the idea that the police, that they have put forward, which is having them on trailers. On number 3, I'll include number 3, but I would like to include that based on intelligence. I'll bring up a specific example recently. Thank you to the PD who've put so much work into this. They have actually done work south on Monterey to keep people from coming into the city. You know, maybe you snuck it, some other stuff snuck in, but it was really effective in preventing hundreds of cars from coming into the city. And it was based on intelligence that the police had. I'd much rather stop folks from coming into the city than waiting till they come into the city. So that's some background on why we can include it, but that it should ultimately be based on intel that we get. And then on number 2, I understand the thoughts on this. The reckless driving is a misdemeanor in criminal court. The spectator ordinance, which we have already passed and are using as a city, is a misdemeanor up to $1,000 fines in criminal court. These are not children. As I mentioned, Angel and Ernesto and Jason, these are folks in their late 20s and 30s and some older. This is, again, to deter them from doing that. They can go to court. What I understand on the spectator ordinance that has been used to date in the city, if folks plead, they have the opportunity to do community service, and then that misdemeanor goes away. I don't want to throw people in jail or throw them in prison. I want them to not do it. So the message is, don't come to San Jose and endanger your life and mine. So don't do it. So that's how it's set up now. And I would like to leave that opportunity open to the city attorney to come back to us with some specifics in the ordinance, and then we can discuss it at that time. So that's the motion.
Second.
Sorry.
That's it for me,
Councilmember
Mayor.
Yeah, my mic was muted. Rookie move there. Councilmember Rennes?
Thank you. First of all, I'll just start off where Councilmember Esparza just left off, and I appreciate your comments. I appreciate the depth of the presentation. Within the time limit that you had, Councilmember Esparza, you really took us down. Oh, I hate this pun, but you took us down the road, and really showed us, you know, the level of fear that people encounter when these things happen where they're sleeping, right? Because you just never know where a stray bullet's going to go. And so I really appreciate that video. I appreciate you including the number of recommendations that I have in my memo. And then just overall, thank you, Captain Trayer and Chief Mata for the support. Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Both you and Councilmember Esparza have been leading this, and I absolutely appreciate it. It is an issue that plagues all of our districts, but I know that some of our districts are a little more popular because our roads are expansive. Our roads are long and interrupted, and that's the way that my district is set up. We have a lot of roads that are long and interrupted, and then we have just the space for a lot of meets, a lot of car meets, is what I've noticed, as well as, you know, when I was still in my 20s, in and out off of Capitol Expressway and Tully Road was a spot for you to go after a party, or even just to connect with friends and have a burger or whatever. It continues to be this place. It continues to be a spot. We all kind of know the spots that have been around for a really long time. And, you know, there is something that has happened in I think the hip hop culture that has, and the movies that which is, you know, Fast and the Furious, I don't know, from 1 to 50, I don't know how many different versions of Fast and Furious you can put out, but there's lots of them, and they just promote a lot of reckless driving, right? That looks like you can achieve it with a lot of practice, but the truth is that, you know, these are probably done by trained professionals for it within a set. And so I think there's also a cultural piece here that I think we need to also identify and talk about within maybe our school setting. I know some of our high schools have a lot of different types of presentations for driving while intoxicated. I think this is also going to be another area where we're going to have some special presentations about this is where you could end up. Maybe you're not intoxicated, but maybe you're just driving really quickly, really fast. You're going to spin out of control. And I don't know that we've gone there yet. So I think that's another idea, because there's a culture among, I think, the younger folks that this is something that is absolutely cool. That is, I don't know if you follow the hip hop culture, but sideshows are in so many different videos, and it is just part of the background for a lot of hip hop and rap videos. And we have a lot of local rappers here in San Jose and in Oakland, and so it would be interesting to see how many folks come in from Oakland, from San Francisco, and bringing in that. Not to say that we don't have the culture here, absolutely we do have it, but anyways, I think there's another approach there that I don't think that we've explored yet. But I'm really grateful for the recommendations that are in your memo, and that you've already obviously you've moved. I'm supportive. I understand your hesitancy in not including my item number 2. I agree that we should let it play out and see how it impacts. I do think that there's going to be a lot of hopefully we wait until people are actually in a car meet, and not just because they're in a stylish car or a car that looks like, right, that we are trying to prevent folks from getting to it, I don't know, wherever they're going. And so I can see us getting into that kind of cycle. And this is in attempts to prevent that, because a lot of the times this is a story that we've already heard, and we've talked about this in another committee. And in the past, the problem used to be cruising, where you go extremely slow on the opposite end of this. But it's a lot of people of color who are attracted to the East San Jose from not just San Jose but other cities, and it contributed to that particular problem. I just hate for us to repeat the history when we know some of the issues that can plague our community. So I appreciate that. And thank you for accepting my recommendations. Like I said, I just want to share a little bit about what my community has dealt with, because we've dealt with it, as you all have during the summer, where it was getting really close into our residential area. And some of my community members actually did a build out themselves that we thought Department of Transportation had built. And we were actually thanking them for that. And then we realized, oh, it is an illegal build out to prevent these folks from doing donuts. And so, of course, they had to replace it. And so, I thank you so much, Laura, for making sure that our community gets this pre-pilot, because they were getting really hands-on in trying to interrupt this. I know that all of us are facing this issue in some of our kind of popular intersections, but this problem was of some of these sideshows were coming into really deep parts of my district that had all residential surrounding it. And so if you look at that map that you showed, Councilmember, as far as of the spectators, you'll see that there's a lot of green dots in my district, just showing the number of spectators and the number of events that are happening out there. And I totally, and let me just say that I understand the piece about going with the data, and I want you to go with the data. I also think that there's another piece of this, which is people calling in and complaining. And there's some people who do it a lot more and a lot better than other districts. And so that's the reason why I wanted to make sure that it was equitable and it wasn't just complaint based. Absolutely, I agree. It should be data. Uh, we should follow the data, and we should also follow what people are saying to us, because sometimes there aren't those calls, right? But not let it be a complaint based issue where we find ourselves just going with the squeaky wheel. And that was the intention around the equity based piece. But absolutely, I agree with you. I'm going to end by just thanking my own community for making sure that we continue to be safe out in our district. We're not going to build out any structures anymore, but we look forward to this pilot. And you know that we just never know where we're going to end up. We did a rumble strip, Laura, if you remember, a couple of years ago down on San Felipe, because we had a couple of deaths over the last 5 years because people just go really fast. A couple who were in their early 20s, a jogger who was on the side of the street jogging, and then we got a lot of complaints saying these rumble strips, they create so much noise that it was a nuisance for the residents. But the nuisance really is the deaths and the impact that it has on the lives of the people who can't be with us anymore, and for some of those homes who get crashed into, their front yards get crashed into. If you remember, Laura, we had one particular resident who had multiple times cars in their front yard and in their living room. And so I really want us to find the answer to a lot of what we're trying to resolve. I don't know that it'll be a silver bullet. Hopefully this build out will be part of that answer. But I think we're going to need education. We're going to need the build outs that we have for Department of Transportation, and then we're going to have some punitive actions, which is part of what you're outlining here, Councilmember Esparza and Davis. And so I appreciate that. And then hopefully the next phase of this is part of the education for all of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis?
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to thank Councilmember Esparza for working with me on this item. And I want to thank Chief Mata and Captain Trayer. I still want to say Lieutenant Trayer, because that's when I met you, you were a lieutenant. You've moved on since then, as well as Laura Wells and the team that have been working on this. As we've talked about, as other council members have mentioned, we've been facing this illegal street racing problem for a long time, and we've taken action a few times, but we're still seeing, as Councilmember Esparza listed out names, this illegal street racing has taken several lives in recent years, and it continues to endanger bystanders and participants, as well as our law enforcement. We have to take action. And as the mayor mentioned, I see so many people raising their hands. And when we were at Rules, every single member of Rules mentioned illegal street racing as being a problem in their own district. So I know it's a problem citywide. And the fact that, as Councilmember Esparza mentioned, over 200 shell casings were found at Lee and Hamilton. That's in my district. That was the video that she showed. That was on February 13th, when there were 6 sideshows happening basically at the same time. And our police officers were stretched so thin, I believe that they had to call for mutual aid that evening. So we want to help our police department, and we understand that they've been overstretched with this issue. So what we've kind of been talking about, we made the spectators, made it illegal to spectate. The next step is making the promotion, going after the promoters and making that illegal as well. And I want to thank DOT for taking such quick action and devising this pilot project, because I know we were kind of talking about generally about physical barriers and in rules, and that was only a few weeks ago. And then exploring the physical barriers and deterrent and coming up with a pilot project to bring forward to us. I just really appreciate that. I did want to ask a question, and this is for the city attorney's office. I'm not sure how far we've gone with this. In terms of impounds, I think we're doing 30 days now. Are we able to do a longer impound period if we wanted to?
Thank you, Councilmember. We've not looked at that, so we will. It's a good question. We can check that. We've been working more on the promoter side of this, but we can look at that.
So looking at longer impound periods, longer than 30 days, and whether we can increase the fines that are associated with that. Would be another thing that it was just as we were kind of talking through this and thinking about it that came up for me. So I just really appreciate that. We want to, I think 30 days, honestly, I think it's going to be enough of a deterrent, but I also want to have that ability that if I can't imagine these people in their 20s losing their car for 2 or 3 months, that they would ever do it again, because that's a long time for a car person to be without a car. And I married into a car family, so I have a sense of how attached people can get to their cars. And I'm sure if they're racing like that, that's the culture that the car culture that they're in. So if I don't know if we need to add that to the motion to ask you to look into that, Nora. Would just like to have a sense of if it's possible, if we could add that.
Is that okay with the maker of the motion?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
I
That's
don't
it for
know
me.
if
I
the
want to
seconder
make sure there's time.
Arenas or Davis. I know you guys both seconded at the same time.
I was the seconder.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Mahan?
Thanks, Mayor, and I'll try to keep it quick. I know a lot of us want to speak. Thank you to Chief Mata, Captain Trayer, and Laura Wells, and of course to Council Members Davis, Esparza, Arena, and the Vice Mayor for your great memos. We were starting to write one and then realized you all had covered it so well that I'm very enthusiastic about the next steps here. It's certainly a big issue across the city, and District 10 is no exception. In fact, we had a letter submitted today from community members signed by over 40 residents in District 10 who are really concerned about the issue. And as you heard from public comment, stretching from Hillsdale, where District 10 shares a border with District 7, all the way down to Camden and Via Valenti in the southern end of the district. So and I guess I just wanted to touch on a few things. One, on staffing. So I like the Vice Mayor's recommendation, and I'm glad it's included. Was hoping that maybe the Chief or Captain could help us just better understand from a staffing perspective, how much of the request for additional overtime is driven by just overall staffing levels versus maybe just a need for greater flexibility to have a lot of officers at once when there's potentially a big event. So just can you help us understand the staffing considerations just a little better?
Sure, thank you, Councilmember. So in terms of staffing, as you know, and as Councilmember Esparza mentioned, we're one of the thinly staffed police departments here. And a lot of the extras that we don't have staffing for are incurred in overtime, as we saw in the staffing audit. So priorities such as gangs or even the red team, when we're able to have officers that overlap, we can use and direct that staffing towards that issue or that priority. Unfortunately, some of these sideshows and racing start, in the late evenings. And so we have some limited time where we can use some of that staffing to take care of that issue, but there's times where we don't have that overlap. And as a precaution, we'll have people stay over on overtime past their shift to address these issues. So again, our priority is to fill our vacancies and ensure that we have the proper staffing, not only for patrol, but investigations. And I think once we fill those vacancies, then we can start taking a look at adding new teams or permanent teams to address some of these issues. But right now, we use a combination of overlap shifts in addition with overtime. And I'll probably have to take a look at and see how much overtime that we have used to this point on this specific issue.
Thank you. And my understanding is we're currently essentially at our cap. We're fully staffed per current budget. So we would, just to be clear, this is my first time through the budget process, we would need to increase. Are you saying we would need to increase staffing levels in order to actually staff something like a racing enforcement detail?
Yes. And then also, just as a background, yes, we have staffing levels, but again, we still have people retiring or resigning, but not so much resigning, but most are retirements. That's what the academies are for, is to fill those vacancies. So we're always running at the threshold.
Right. Thanks. Okay. Thank you. And then just two more questions. One on technology, which is I'd like to get slightly greater clarity on how the ALPR, the automatic license plate reader data, can be used. And let me just share the specific context that's come up. So I understand they are in kind of limited use currently within the department. We have had neighborhood associations and other entities, local businesses, et cetera, ask if they can make investments in that kind of technology and whether or not they could be part of a network supplying data. Now, I understand there are real privacy considerations, and I think Councilmember Esparza pointed to precautions that we would want to take, even just using the data within the department. But to what extent, I guess I'm curious, and this may be more of a legal question, maybe even for the city attorney's office, but do we know if that kind of data can be collected by third parties and still utilized for follow-up investigation, or is there some kind of barrier to doing that?
I would defer that to the city attorney, but much like we use video right on cameras, I mean, we accept that through different means, but yeah, I would defer how that would work for us legally.
Okay. And Nora, is that something you all have looked into yet?
We'll look into it some more. We were sued a few years ago, and I'd have to go back and look at that and what the parameters were, and how the case resolved, and what we had agreed to in that case, and the law may have changed a bit since then, but there are problems with it.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll follow up offline. I would love to learn more about the potential. And then finally, just on the question of the sort of equity around the installation of changes to the built environment. So I can certainly understand why a complaint-driven model would have certain biases. That makes a ton of sense. I guess the question that I'm still not clear on, though, is what data we're suggesting, or what sort of outreach methods we're suggesting we're using instead. And I don't know if the plan is to do some evaluation and come back with a proposal, or if we feel like we already know what to do. But I didn't hear in the motion or quite understand from the memo what the alternative that's being proposed is at this point. So I don't know, Councilmember Arenas, if you have a perspective on that, or what the best practice is there, but I think it would be helpful to flesh that out a little bit.
Do you mean me? Because I'm the one who mentioned using intelligence that the police has gathered. So we do have calls, but the police also gathers intelligence. Captain Traer, does that answer that concern?
Yeah, I think we can look at the data for where the most, we call them like 23103s, which is reckless driving, that type of thing. We can look at the data, and that will give you one number. But I have a team of officers that go out every weekend, and they can tell you where it really is happening. That is the intel that I think both things need to be vetted out before we just point at one intersection and say that's the right place to put in these barriers or whatnot.
Got it. Okay, so it's a combination. And sorry, Councilmember Sparks, I know you made the motion. I thought I had read it in Councilmember Arenas' memo, but maybe I was mistaken. So okay, so it's a combination of both complaint driven plus the kind of proactive investigation out in the community is what I'm hearing. Okay.
Definitely.
Okay, got it. Makes sense. Okay, great. Thank you, and really appreciate the progress. Really important issue, and appreciate all the focus. And looking forward to seeing how these next steps play out.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Yeah, thank you. And well, thanks, Captain Traer, for the presentation, and Laura and others for all the work you've done. Thanks to my colleagues for all of their thoughtfulness in bringing this forward. This is important across our entire city. From my house, I hear these donuts and racing almost every weekend. And we get a lot of complaints in our district from various parts of our district about it. And I do want to thank Captain Traer and your team for the enforcement action in our district just last weekend. 10 days ago, I guess they're right on the border of Milpitas and San Jose is a popular spot. And I guess there were a couple of car impoundments and lots of citations. So that's great that you're getting around and finding out, using intelligence of promoters to find out where these things are happening. The unfortunate thing is this is like whack-a-mole, right? You sort of clamp down on one part of the city and they end up in another part of the city. So that's why this isn't really something that we can think about district by district or neighborhood by neighborhood. There has to be a lot of citywide solutions, because we're not going to stop it everywhere, unfortunately. But we do have to show that we have a strong enforcement arm, and we can catch people even after the fact. That's why the license plate readers are important. If we can track people down afterwards and still cite people, people will learn that San Jose is not a friendly place for them to come with these things. So I appreciate all of these proposals. And it's also affecting our business community. And in North San Jose, we get messages from our businesses where these things are happening in front of there. And some of our 24-hour manufacturing facilities, we had one where the people who work there were scared to come to work in the night shifts and the weekends because of what's happening on the streets in front. So there are certain areas, even in our non-residential parts of the city, where this is a problem, and there's safety issues and security issues. So I just wanted to give some context about what we're experiencing in our district. I appreciate the engineering solutions. I think that's an important part of this, putting in place the constraints that will keep people from being able to do this in locations. The problem is, again, you put it in 5, 10, 15 locations, and there's probably 200 locations across the city where they can find to do this. But we'll keep chipping away at it. That's why I'm interested in even the enhanced crosswalks and bulb outs on most of our wide streets, because any of the wide streets where we haven't yet done that is where this is happening. So we need to be finding ways to break up these streets so that every so often there's a break that prevents people from being able to speed, that prevents the big intersections from having the donuts and the sideshows. We're listening to a podcast sometime in the last couple of weeks about transportation and engineering, and the new study is that not only are obviously roundabouts good for these kinds of issues, but roundabouts are actually safer at intersections than stoplights in terms of traffic fatalities, traffic accidents, and pedestrian safety. The studies show that once people learn how to use roundabouts, they slow traffic down, they cause safer intersection and flow of traffic. I know it's a very expensive proposition to switch major intersections to roundabouts, but we ought to think when we do renovations or put in new neighborhoods and new intersections, it's perhaps time for our city to think about a new method, a new model. And roundabouts potentially are the better solution. Many cities are now building exclusively with roundabouts and not with stoplights. And that can solve this problem as well as others, especially in those neighborhoods. This kind of overlaps with that whole discussion about Vision Zero, with those key streets and across our city where pedestrian safety is at risk. Those could be good places to start with these kind of engineering solutions as well, which will make our streets safer. So I just wanted to bring that up as well. as we think about this problem and the engineering solutions. My only question, I think Councilmember Mahan asked it, and it was clarified about the use of. I think the motion Councilmember Esparza was about using intelligence to find locations. I think you mean, looking at data and making sure we can find the most the places where this is the biggest issue as we look around. And I understand that we have to figure out, both using data from reports, but also data from actual citations and what police are observing. I think we can get to some good locations to start with. I also just want to, we're promoting very heavily in our district to our residents that they ought to report these things when they hear them. And I think that's something we can all do as council members, because we often hear, and I see postings from people who say, don't bother reporting, no one ever does anything, police don't care, the city doesn't care. So it's important that they know that we do care, the police do care, action is being taken, and we want our residents to know the different ways that they can report, because there's many ways, by phone, by app, by online. So we ought to make sure we send that message out in our newsletters and in our communication with our community, that reporting this is important, so we get accurate accounts of where it's happening, so that we figure out where the enforcement needs to be and that we deploy people properly. So I just wanted to leave it with that. And I'm happy to support the motion and glad that we're taking serious action to this big problem.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I want to thank Councilmember Esparza for including my memo in her motion. You are correct that I am concerned about overtime. And actually the intent of my including reactivating a racing enforcement group was more so around actually reducing the amount of overtime. Chief Mata is going to have to make tough decisions in terms of how he allocates his resources, but especially seeing the map that you put up with the number of incidents and how many there were and where they were located all throughout the city. We always have to ask ourselves the question, is the level of activity, does it rise to the level of having a specialized group that's dedicated and focused on that particular issue or problem, similar to a burglary unit or other specialized units that we have. There's a lot of activity, a lot of work that's involved in terms of pre-event, with the social media postings of the organizers and the intelligence that needs to be gathered, the event itself, and then post-event, where you have the follow-up and you go after the individuals that were involved in the activities. That requires a lot of focus, a lot of dedication, a lot of training. And so the intent of my direction was to have the city manager and the police department really look at the cost benefit of, is the cost of not having a dedicated focused unit that's addressing this issue, is that cost greater or less than the cost of us having officers volunteer, work overtime, and then pull resources from other areas of the city when these incidents happen? So my desire is actually to see a reduction in overtime, a focus group that's able to address these issues. If you look at, my district, we're constantly getting calls, emails, notifications on Nextdoor about these incidents. There's incidents that happened at Hamilton and San Tomas, where it felt like half of my district heard it, heard the gunshots, heard the noise. And so, it's a significant problem, and I'd like to see the resources dedicated to address it. Again, understanding, Chief, that you have constraints in terms of resources and manpower, but there should be some serious consideration in terms of, does this problem rise to the level of having dedicated resources? So that's what I wanted to convey. So thank you for all your hard work, and Captain Trayer as well. And hopefully we can get our hands around this and address this problem because it's such a major impact on our residents. So that's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Foley?
Thank you. Clearly, this is an issue that affects all of our council districts. I live not just a block away from Almaden Expressway, and I hear cars racing down Almaden Expressway. And I've actually been out in my backyard and heard what seemed like thousands of cars going down Almaden Expressway. And I'll pick up the phone and I'll text actually Captain Washburn, who represents my area, and she'll say, we're on it. We know this is one of 5 in the area. We know where they're going. We're following them. But it's all, I appreciate her response. And she's gone into very great detail on how the police department handles this. And Captain Trayer, thank you for your report. And Chief Mata and Laura, thank you for your report as well. But this, and just to echo everyone else's concerns, this is really, really serious. This is serious for the spectators. This is serious for the neighbors who are watching this, who are nearby. Can you imagine the fear if you're coming home from work and you happen to be caught up in a sideshow and can't get out of it, or don't know how to divert your car away from this horrible, scary action? It's scary, it's frightening, it's dangerous, people die, and it's a thrill that we need to stop making it. We need to put every tool in our toolbox to make it not happen as much as it is. Even last night, I heard them going down Almaden Expressway, and it's just frightening to hear it. And I know they're going to Hillsdale because that's the next May. I'm very close to Almaden Expressway in Hillsdale. A couple of things we're doing is there's going to be some traffic calming on Hillsdale, narrowing the streets, putting in protected bike lanes and such, which might help. But it's a several pronged approach, which is, you've all mentioned it before, and Captain Trayer, I appreciate you laying out what needs to be done. I completely support the motion. Thank you so much to Councilmember Esparza and Davis for bringing this forward. When I spoke with Captain Washburn a few months ago, I said, what can I do? What can be done? She said, it's coming. Just wait for Councilmember Esparza and Davis are working something. And you know that video shot that you have of Hamilton and Lee, I used to have an office right there at Lee Avenue. So I know that intersection really, really well. And I can just feel how that must have felt to be there. It's just awfully scary. It's dangerous. We need to do everything we can to stop it from happening. I'm appalled that 57% of the people that citations were issued to are from out of the city. We need to not make it attractive for them to be here. And that means we need to arrest them. We need to fine them. We need to impound them, impound their vehicles. And I wouldn't be opposed to impounding their vehicles for a longer time than 30 days. I think 30 days is motivation, but longer than that will pretty much take their vehicle away, because I don't care that they can't afford to get it back out. I frankly don't. That's their problem, not mine. I want this city to be safe on the streets, and it isn't right now when it comes to sideshow. So I'm completely willing and anxious to support this, and let's go out and build the roads and make them safe, and hire and do what we need to do to get rid of these sideshows. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate all the work that's going into this. I know we've got lots more work to go. Had a quick question for Laura. Appreciated the barriers, an example of what you're putting up. I'm kind of familiar with those, the plastic, I forgot, they're like movable bollards kind of. What do we call them again, Laura? I'm sorry.
Pylons or delineators.
Delineators, okay, sure. Whatever those things are. You know, I ride my bike a lot by the flea market, and I wonder sometimes if those things actually become target practice for 17-year-olds that are looking to have fun. And I'm just wondering to what extent, as we looked at that display that you showed, the proposed, I think it was a traffic circle and other things, whether that's substantial enough building material that will really deter the activity, or in some cases, with a lot of pylons, are we encouraging it? And I guess what is the downside of putting up something more substantial?
So, good question, Mayor. We are with the first location that I showed, the Tully and Ruby, we're piloting necking down the lanes on the approach to the intersection, and then installing some additional pylons and striping to neck down the intersection as well. We don't know if they're going to be effective. This is going to be a pilot, and we're hoping it will work. The reason for the pylons is it's something that we can do quickly.
Yeah.
So with the quick build measures, necking down the roadway, it can be done quickly and more inexpensively than if we were to look at doing something physical. So that may be something down the road where if this works, and we know it works, then we might look to doing more physical type improvements.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate trying, dipping your toe in the water with the quick build stuff. I know it worked pretty well with bikes. If we find out that they're just sitting ducks for for side shows, then I assume we'll pivot fairly quickly.
Yeah. And we also, taking into consideration that there are regular uses of the roadway where, these are major roadways where we're putting in these measures. And so the pylons, if they are hit, are a little bit more forgiving.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I understand. These are challenging issues to engineer. The use of LPRs, and it's something I've been pretty high on for a while, and particularly since several times Supreme Courts have said, there's no reasonable expectation of privacy that residents have about their license plates. Obviously, we put them on the outside of our cars so everybody can see them, and that makes it an LPR a fairly ready tool to use without a lot of privacy concerns, at least not legally. And I appreciate that we unload the data every year, so it's not an issue. I know there are other cities like Fremont, for example, that have used LPRs in stationary positions very effectively, particularly near freeway ramps, to enforce against vehicle theft. And I just wonder if there's some opportunities for overlap here, because, I just went on the SJPD website, we saw vehicle theft go up 49% in the first 2 months of this year versus last year. And then we look at last year compared to the prior year, vehicle theft was up again 15%. Now, this is in a context in which all crimes, at least part one crimes, other than assaults, are down, right? But vehicle thefts are a glaring exception. And, I just wonder if this is maybe something we want to invest more substantially in, certainly for these crimes, but also strategically to see if we can crack down on some of the vehicle thefts that are clearly happening. And I'm sure there's a host of other reasons why you'd want an LPR for somebody who's a fugitive, for example, for a violent crime. And so I just, I know there's some direction there in the budget now, and I'm wondering to what extent, Chief, you feel like this is a tool. I know we use them to an extent within the cars patrol now, but is this a tool that we could make greater use of? And are you aware of other jurisdictions that are using these pretty effectively in that context, whether vehicle theft or other purposes?
Thank you, Mayor. Absolutely. The more information that we can look at to solve a crime, the better. I think the higher likelihood of not only the 10851s, the stolen vehicles, but other crimes will help in that regard. Yes, there has been other cities, like you mentioned, Fremont. I know that our detectives can use or have used a database where LPR information is housed, so they can solve crimes. So yes, I think it would be very beneficial for the department to have more LPRs or connect with other cities that have that, so we can share that or look at that information to help us solve crimes.
Okay, well, I look forward to seeing, I know we're in the budget process now. I look forward to seeing what the administration recommendation is going to be. And then, I'm hopeful that whenever that comes forward, you can explain to us, why you arrived at the number you did and what the strategy is in deploying those LPRs. Obviously, sideshows are a very big priority, but I suspect we can use them for lots of things. And I certainly encourage it. Anyway, I look forward to that conversation. And finally, wonder to what extent the air support helps with the sideshows. I've taken my eye off this ball since we got the new copter, but I thought that when we were buying the new one, we might have use of the older one for some period of time. Has that time passed?
Unfortunately, the old one was at the end of its life, so we had to sell that or part it out. So we only have the new one.
I got it.
And yes, I mean that's a huge asset to have, not only for other crimes, but in these instances as well, where they can help disperse the crowd. And then if there's, for example, I don't know if it's the one on Hamilton Lee, but others where there's been gunfire, they're able, and as the car flees, rather than having our officers pursue them immediately, I mean, they do, but the helicopter helps with that and locating where they're at, even when they're out of the city. So that's a tremendous asset that we have, not only for the sideshows, but also for other crime when they're up in the air.
And are there, maybe I'll take that conversation offline then. I appreciate that. I'm interested in seeing how, we can expand the number of hours that we have the copter in the air if that could be a significant deterrent. In any event, happy to discuss offline. Councilmember Sparson?
Thank you, Mayor. I briefly touched on the countywide task force that includes the CHP, the sheriff, and agencies from other cities. And I wanted to ask very quickly, Chief Mata, if the CHP has looked at increasing fines or any other activities around this.
Sure, thank you, council members. Yeah, we've partnered with CHP when I was a deputy chief in BFO, where they provide us the training and also share their tactics and strategy as well for dealing with sideshows on the freeways. One of the things that they have been using successfully for the last year has been increasing fines by, and I think I read in one of the memos that these also cause damage to the roadway. So what CHP does is they actually measure the damage or the donuts or the skids in that specific area, and then measure that out and determine how much that costs, and then add that to the fine of the individual that's identified as a result, or the person responsible for that, or the vehicle responsible for that damage to the roadway. So that's something that they currently do. I know I'll have to check with our team here to see if they were able to contact CHP to take a look at that. That's perhaps something that we can take a look at as well.
Great, thank you. Yeah, if there's an opportunity to review that, I'd like to do that. All right, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's vote on the motion.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Roscoe,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll move on then to item 5.1, which is the airport on-demand ground transportation management. We do have a presentation from our friends at the airport. Bob or John, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, this is John Aiken, Director of Aviation, and Bob Lockhart, our Deputy Director of Operations, is with me, and he's going to share a short four-slide presentation, then we'll open it up for questions.
Good evening. Go through this quickly so you can move on to the rest of the things on your agenda as quick as we can, but we just wanted to bring something to you that we thought was a good model that we can move forward with on the taxis and the on-demand system at the airport. I'm going to give you a little bit of a background on where we've been, and this goes back many, many years. I know Mayor Liccardo has been involved. Unfortunately, many of these events have gone on with the issues, but it's something that we've gone on, and we've worked very hard with both the industry and the companies to try to make things work at the airport and the on-demand system. Back in September 2005, we established the current model that we have in place, which creates a management company that manages the dispatch of on-demand services, mainly taxis and some door-to-door shuttles. In January of 2001, Taxi San Jose, who has been that management company since 2005, their contract expired. And we had decided prior to that expiration that we should go out for a new RFP, assuming, of course, and knowing that our business will be coming back to the airport. We decided that the RFP was very important to do and to try to get a company that could increase the technology usage as well as virtual staging so that we could produce the ability for vehicles to move quickly through the airport and not have to stage here as long. We had multiple people looked at the proposal in the RFP to see what it was about, but we got one single proposer that did propose completely. It was Safer LLC. They're a company that's out of Brazil and has been running an operation in Brazil for over 8 years and works at 4 of the largest airports and currently is working towards doing 15 more airports in the country of Brazil. We did decide that it looked like a viable proposal and had our panel that we had set up for the RFP process review it completely. And in that process, they came back with a recommendation to award to Safer because they felt it was a very viable and positive opportunity for the system at the airport. In February of 2021, this last February, we decided to hold some meetings with the industry and Safer so we could talk about their proposal and also bring forward all the information that they had provided to us and start working with the industry representatives to gain agreement on the standards and the fees. We held 2 meetings in the month of February, and following that, Safer has followed up with multiple meetings with the industries, mainly the taxi industries again, and the leaders of the taxi industry have been very involved working with Safer on coming to agreement on it. What is Safer providing? Their proposal is providing 3 types of passenger services for on-demand providers. And again, an on-demand passenger is the one that comes to the airport without a reservation. They don't have something booked already on how to get home or get to their hotel. So Safer is providing 3 different types of services for those passengers. One they call the door handle. And that's just like it's been here for the last 15 to 20 years, where people walk up to the taxi, they grab the first taxi in line, and they go out with a flag drop and using the taxi meter. The second one is an in-terminal kiosk or an app-based booking. You can do it either way. We will allow kiosks to be placed in our terminals so that a customer, when they're walking out towards the cars, can look at the options they have available for on-demand services, be able to book them, pay for them right there, and walk out with a slip of paper to the first vehicle that's in line out front, and be able to get into their vehicle and go. And then have that fully booked so they don't have to worry about it. It's all taken care of. The driver knows the final's there. It doesn't worry about the flag drop. It also allows them, I should say, to compete more effectively with the TNCs. And the TNCs, Uber and Lyft, have always been able to do that app-based booking, but this will give them an opportunity to get closer to that pricing level that TNCs have. The third option that Safer is bringing forward is an airlines system bookings. And this is something they've worked successfully with in Brazil, with LATAM Airlines, which is affiliated with Delta Airlines here in the States. And they are hoping to really get things set up similarly in the fact that the airline works with, when you go to book your reservation for the airline, you'll also be able to book through Safer for your transportation from the airport. They are proposing use of the technology and their app-based platform, which will help in many ways, both for the pricing of the trips, but also help with this movement of vehicles. And again, trying to keep that number down so that the number of cars on the airport is down to that 20 minutes to 30 minutes maximum on the airport, so that they're continuing to get rides and they're continuing to get more trips, and it should increase the number of trips for those drivers. They're also very customer service oriented. They're looking for increasing the standards and making sure that the appearance of the vehicles and the drivers is improved and looking better. In fact, to the point that you may see taxi drivers with ties on as they work through this process. They always will have a vehicle available. That's one of their standards. They will never have a time when the customer can walk out to the car to the spot where the vehicle should be and not see a vehicle. They'll have one there. They set up within their technology agreement a discipline and resolution policy so that there's an ability to maintain labor peace and work with the drivers. And again, all those things have been accepted and approved by the drivers at this point. So we're moving forward. They're also proposing a lower cost structure for the drivers than what the previous Taxi San Jose proposal was. Taxi San Jose used to charge by the month, and then we would have our trip fees on top of that, and the cost recovery fee of $1.55 paid for the 300 permits that were available to the taxi drivers in the system. With the new Safer proposal, they have a relationship with the drivers rather than us having to have that relationship with the drivers of the airport access permits. We no longer need to have those 300 airport taxi cab permits. Allows us to eliminate them, as well as the $1.55 cost to the drivers, which is an automatic reduction. Safer is also working on a per trip basis rather than a monthly basis. So a walk-up or that door handle service will be $3.50 per trip. Whereas if they go through their technology, it'll be $1.50 per trip, but also 25% of the trip total. So that it gives them a structure that they can make the money. And the way this model works is the drivers, through their trip fees and through that percentage of trip total, pays for the Safer operation. So there's no cost to the airport for the Safer operation, but a provision of a much better service level than we've had before at a lower cost to the drivers on a per trip basis. The elimination of 300 taxi airport access permits does come with some changes we need to do to the ordinances, just so that we can ensure that we don't have a requirement of having those permits. We did not eliminate them from the municipal code. We just put it in as a may rather than a shall for those permits. So just in case we do get to that level where we need to have some sort of control over the number of drivers on the airport, we could do that. In reality, though, Safer will be doing that within their issuance of their access and technology permits, because they want to have the drivers getting as many trips as possible. And they're not going to want more drivers on the airport than they need. This is an agreement for 2 years with 3 one-year options. So it allows them to get up and going now, even though it's a little slower with the pandemic. It gives them a chance to build up that business, train the drivers, train everybody to what's happening. And then as we get busier later into the summer and the fall, that gives them the opportunity to be up and running and moving. So we're asking the council to adopt a resolution to negotiate and execute an agreement with Safer, negotiate and execute lease agreements for the storage and office space that is necessary for the system, and also to improve the ordinance changes for the municipal code so that we can control those airport access permits properly and eliminate them being in service right now. So that's my presentation. And if you have any questions, we're definitely open for them.
Thanks, Bob. Thanks for all your work over the many years on this issue. And I think we're finally getting toward a direction that will hopefully enable more of the airport staff to focus on what's going on the airport side of the terminals by having really with this approach. And I think it's going to be positive for the drivers, it's going to be positive for the customers, I think positive also for airport staff, so that they're not as deeply engaged as they've had to be in this issue. So I just want to thank you and and John and Ashwin Naidu, and all the representatives from SAFER. And I want to thank the many driver representatives who have been in communication with Scott Green in our office, particularly Sayum Masrat, Shakur Buni, Kirpal, many others who have been longstanding community leaders and representing their fellow drivers, their colleagues. And I want to thank Scott Green in particular for all the effort and time he's put into this effort, both this time and in the past as well. I've issued a memorandum with the recommendation to accept the recommendation of airport staff, and then to also establish a trip volume trigger of 200 taxi trips a day at the airport that allow for access to a staging area, preferably to the previous taxi staging area, provided there's not a pandemic-related constraint. And the purpose of that is to address some work environment and quality of life issues that have been longstanding for the taxi drivers, and certainly the ability to have somewhere to be able to go to the restroom, to be able to take a seat when things are slow and they need to wait, and so forth. We know it has an impact on their quality of life, and we know that this is a very demanding job in terms of the number of hours that they're out there driving. We don't want them driving unnecessarily tired and so forth. So appreciate all the work everyone's done to try to get to this point. I think we're off to a really promising proposal with what SAFER's bringing to us. We'll go to the public here. Mr. Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman here. Thank you for this item. I hope I can quickly remind that just that there was a few years ago that emissions standards changed around the airport, and I felt that this would be a time to remind everyone of that, and that although they're more efficient, there are questions of what can be greener practices overall that always should be considered, not just for San Jose, but for the city of Santa Clara. And hopefully this item speaks to those issues, and good luck in how to address what can be our greener future in really creative, practical ways, and not just efficiency. Thank you.
Thank you. Sayum?
I would like to urge all the council members and the mayors to support this resolution, especially we have worked very, very hard. It was in doubt till yesterday. The mayor's memo came out whether we drivers could accept this. We appreciate Mayor Liccardo for his input, especially Scott Green has been working on this thing for a long, long time. This is a very bold experiment for us. Yes, we don't know the future. We are losing about 25% of our income for this model to succeed. And this model requires a lot of cooperation, especially from the airport staff. Since John Atkin became the aviation director, the relation between drivers and airport staff is very hostile. It is my blessing today. I'm coming to airport staff with an olive branch in my hand to accept it and work cooperatively, so we don't go on strike or any hoopla came back to us. So I hope John Atkin will hear this one and accept my olive branch. And I urge the rest of the council member to accept it and see the result in the next 2 years. We hope it will succeed. And I thank all of you who have spent time on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sam. The person with the phone number ending 9327, welcome.
Sir, or ma'am, your device appears to be muted. Your phone is muted. You need to push *6, that is asterisk 6, so that we can hear you. There you go. Oh, we lost you. All right, Tessa Woodmansee.
Thank you. I don't have a clock, just so you know. Something's wrong with the way you do this, because I'm not getting the timer on my screen. Anyway, basically, we have an existential threat, and you guys keep greenwashing yourselves and this saying that this is the green way to go forward with our airport. Well, the airport is really not sustainable at all. The science shows that there's no way that we can green air, massive air transit, air transportation, and we're using kerosene, and that's not going forward. We have to go to zero. And the issue of everything being around this airport, I know Mayor Liccardo has ideas about putting a transit thing underneath the ground, and we can zoom to the airport and all this, BS, really, when we have an existential threat. It is irresponsible to be putting our resources towards airports. And COVID has shown us that we are not, flying is dangerous and we shouldn't be doing it. And so that's how we spread COVID, is because of air travel. And now to go forward with our limited resources that we have, to be putting it into airport is very evil, immoral, and selfish and greedy to do that, to be looking at it that way. Our future, when this is not a sustainable, air travel is not sustainable. And we've got to come to terms with this and realize that we have very big problems to face. And going to zero is the most important thing we need to be doing. And so that's what we need to be doing, is figuring that out and dealing with our housing crisis, our climate crisis, and our ecological collapse. And so we need to realign our focus. The airport is not sustainable. The only way the airport needs to go is like what Marty Jasinski says, like from Nebraska. It's a great place to grow food. And that.
Brian?
Hello, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thank you for all you're doing. You're here late again working. I wasn't in a very good mood the last couple of weeks. Apologize for that, but doing better. Got some opportunities. Hope to be in Willow Glen pretty soon. So I'll be calling my Willow Glen representative. Anyways, I think this is a great idea. I just want to make sure that the people who are using the apps or the kiosks, if they're slower like me, you can't see very well and stuff, that's taken into account, because I know it can be real dangerous slowing down around the airport with people who want to go fast. And there's, like we were talking about the sideshows, you can see a lot of that stuff going on at the airport too, as far as like people walking fast. Anyways, I was just thinking, if the app isn't where the people have a place to use it, try to log in so they're not standing in front of the door. I hope that makes some sense. Some of the logistics to make sure that people are paying attention when they walk, when they're using the app, maybe little reminders. Those are little things on the side of it. If you go to the airport and watch what happens, people are looking at their phone, they walk into each other, they walk into the doors, they almost walk out in the street. This is going to be a real high volume kind of speed thing. There's still the human element, and let's face it, people can make some silly choices. All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor, appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. The person with the phone number ending 5140.
Hi, happy Easter week, everybody. It's me again. This whole thing with the technology, it's not going to work, because I'll tell you why. The drop off and pickup is still terrible at San Jose Airport. It really is. Whoever designed that airport did a bad job. It's always congested there. And you think that you're going to use an app on a phone, and it's all of a sudden going to transform that airport into a free-flowing area for these taxi cabs. You guys are mistaken. Like I said, if you could figure out and make drop off and pickup better, then you might want to go to the next level, because I've never had any problems with taxi cabs there or taxi cabs clogging up anything. They seem to be pretty well regulated. This seems to be some kind of technology thing for you people. And then secondly, the airport inside is terrible. It looks sad. And what's even sadder is when you're getting your baggage, you got to hear a speech from Sam Licardo about welcoming you to San Jose. Like one of the cheesiest, tackiest things I've ever heard. Wait a minute, the first guy I ever heard do it was Willie Brown in San Francisco. But yeah, clean up your act with the drop off and pick up, and then come talk to me about this wonderful white glove technology you think you guys are gonna impose on the people to get a taxi cab. You guys are fooling yourselves. And as for the previous caller, like we're not going to have airplanes flying into San Jose anymore. I mean, that's the most ludicrous thing I've ever heard of in my whole life. How are you supposed to come and go in a polluting car, a bicycle? I don't know. The people who call in sometimes are crazy. Anyway, hey, thanks a lot and happy Easter, everybody.
Okay, Gabriel Santos. Welcome, sir.
Hello, my name is Gabriel Santos. I'm the CEO and founder of Safer. And here beside me are Fabio De Twin and Lauro Freire, co-founders of the company. We, in the name of the whole company, would like to thank the city of San Jose for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Safer has a long-term experience in providing intelligent solutions for ground transportation, and we are glad to put our skills at the service of this community. When the company was founded, we were intrigued with the general inefficiency of transportation service in airports, even after Uber's arrival. Low service standards, customers having to wait long time in pickup zones for their rides, drivers underpaid and undervalued, an entirely broken ecosystem. Then we worked hard to rebuild it, integrating all the pre-existing players in the field in a comprehensive new business model where no one is excluded. Our initiative soon proved to be a breakthrough, and after a few years of diligent work, we were able to expand our activities abroad, first in Latin America and now in the US. We hope our partnership with San Jose Airport and our project of integrated land and air travel in a ultimate door-to-door experience become not only a role model, but a stepping stone to the transformation of the whole modern transportation system. Thank you very much for your time, the airport administration and the industry. Once again, thank you.
Thank you. Anhita? Yeah, your device appears to be muted right now. If you could unmute your device, we'll be able to hear you. There you go.
All right. Yeah, I support and also I am pleasing all the council's members to pass the motions for the memos, recommendations presented by the mayor on the agreement between Safer Service and the airport agreement regarding our service. And really, we're waiting for this kind of changes for a long time. So finally, I hope we will going to get some results than the older one. Really, we've been suffering for a long time in airport. And also, I thank you, especially Mr. Mayor Sam Ricardo and Mr. Scott of their staff for doing all this one available. And our sound is here in front of all communities. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sir. And thank you again to Mr. Santos and the team at Safer for your willingness to invest in our city. And thank you to all the drivers who serve our residents and our visitors. Councilmember Perales.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And appreciate the work too that's been put into this. And just also some thanks to Scott on your team for trying to find a compromise here at the end. I just had a question for staff. If we move the mayor's memo in regards to the previous staging area, just wanted to get, John, your feedback on that.
Council member, I think the memo is an appropriate start at working through the staging area challenges. Currently on the staging area, we're doing our COVID testing, which is many hundreds of people a day getting COVID tests for Hawaii. And hopefully as the taxi industry picks up, the Hawaii COVID situation calms down a little bit, and it would be a nice, smooth transition. But I think the way the mayor and his staff have worded it, it gives us a great opportunity to set a trigger and begin talking with Safer at that point as to what's the best mix for the industry.
Okay, I appreciate that. Then I'll move the mayor's memo.
Second.
And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bras and my colleagues. Thank you, John. There was a person in the public who just raised their hand and put it down. Yes, the person with the phone number 9327. You need to push *6 in order to unmute your phone, though, or else we won't be able to hear you. Okay, I think there's a problem with the phone. Is that right, Henry? Yeah. All right, I'm sorry if that person's been trying to get through or we're not able to hear. Okay, let's vote then on the motion from Councilmember Prowse.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Liccardo.
Aye. All right, we're nearing the finish line. 8.2 is acceptance of the annual progress report on implementation of the general plan housing element. We have a presentation, Jackie.
We do, and I believe planning is going to kick us off.
Oh, okay. Rosen?
I think it's Ruth.
Ruth, okay. She may not be in the.
Let me see if I can
participant
track her
panel.
down.
Did you see Ruth there? I believe Ruth Cueto. Okay. Should we come back to this item, Jackie?
I think we should.
Okay, let's go ahead to item 8.6, and then maybe Ruth will be able to get on by then. The 8.6 is a grant agreement with the boat services to maintain and operate the Plaza Hotel for homeless individuals. And there is a presentation on this item. Welcome, Jackie and Reagan.
Good evening, Mayor Reagan Henninger with the Housing Department. There's actually no presentation.
Okay. I lied.
Move approval?
Second.
The motion and second. Two members of the public would like to speak. Michael Brio raised his hand, which I think he was raising his hand on the other item. Could you pull Michael over? Okay, Michael's going to get pulled over. So I think he's probably presenting on the other item. Tessa Woodmansee.
Right. Thank you. Oh, I got my 2 minutes. Thank you so much. Basically, the issue of the city buying hotels for homeless is definitely something that has been happening. And we've been seeing that with COVID-19, that you've been doing that. And then now we've got a hotel next to my home, and so not next to, but, 2 doors away, basically almost. And in our, neighborhood, in our residential neighborhood. And so we're seeing that's a way to, to deal with our homeless, and that people aren't flying, and hotels are going bankrupt, like we saw with the Fairmont and other hotels. And so this is a problem of how we're building our cities. And, it's even with our Google plan and our downtown station area plan, all these hotels, but specifically having a hotel in our residential neighborhood when there's a chance that it will become a homeless hotel. And we've seen it on the Alameda and the problems with the Arena Hotel and the Motel 6. So we're surrounded. And then there's even plans I'm hearing from other neighbors in other parts of our neighborhood on Julian or Lenzen, I'm not sure, for another hotel. And those neighbors are like, how did you people on Shealy stop the hotel? Well, we didn't stop the hotel. We just stopped it only at the 623 that had to go through council review. So, the planning of having hotels in our community, it does leave our community at risk. And for a lot of the issues that hotels bring, besides homelessness, and the issues of other vices that are part of hotel life, the anonymity. That's why our message has been, we want neighbors, not transients. But that doesn't matter to the city because it's all about economic gain for our city. And it's about our transient occupancy tax. And we want to build the coffers of the city. And that is wrong and evil. So that needs to change.
Thank you. Paul Soto? Paul, we're not able to hear you right now if you're trying to speak. Paul, your device appears still to be muted. Okay, we'll come back to you, Paul, if you raise your hand. Let's come back to the council. There were motions. Are there any other comments or questions? No, Mr. Soto, go ahead. Oh,
hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, all right, thank you. Abode, in talking, of course it's anecdotal, but in talking with the residents of Second Street Studios and the services that that Abode neglected to provide to that population, and as a result of that dereliction of responsibility, the symptoms and social issues that affect these populations had increased because of that lack. And there are reports recently that came out of the tenement that they also provide services for on the east side, where the same kinds of issues with respect to Abode's management of that property on the east side is consistent with what people at Second Street Studios was experiencing. And so I'm just asking for a little bit more of a kind of like an oversight to ensure the maximum benefit that the city is putting out with respect to these places, because it's a vital resource, you know, to have. I've been homeless since March 12th, and it's been, it's hit hard. And the only thing that I was, in terms of a resource, was able to avail myself of was the COVID hotel. That's where I'm at now. But I got to be gone in 2 days. And so they're a vital resource in the community that assists people that have been affected, like myself. But there does need to be some added oversight with respect to Abode and the management of those two properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jetta. Good luck. Okay, coming back to the council. Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that we have not been able to maximize the usage at this particular location because it was on a shorter term program or lease, and the investment that the facility needs is pretty significant to be able to actually house as many people as we want and we can. And so with this is really the first step to be able to do that. And so that's why I'm obviously supporting it and second the motion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. I just had a couple questions. Once we've made this conversion, I know we converted a couple motels, I guess, before it was fashionable, and the state had a big program, home room key, then home key. Is it too late for us to go fetch home key money to be able to upgrade the plumbing in this site so that we can better, more fully utilize it for the unhoused?
Hi, Mayor. So we, in council action last week, we programmed some CDBG funding to make some plumbing repairs to the plaza, which is probably the repairs that are greatly needed. It's too late, I think, for the first round of Project Home Key. Those funds have been distributed. We'll see what funding is available in, I guess, Home Key 2.0 in the next round, which hasn't been announced yet.
Okay. I mean, well, clearly what I'm hearing from the governor's office, I'm sure you guys are hearing the same thing, is there's going to be a big commitment of one-time surplus from the state budget for Home Key. So I think the money will be out there if we're eligible for it. And I know we have lots of uses for CDBG funding, I'm sure for other homeless programs. So I just maybe throw that out there. I don't know if the timing will work for us, but it'd be great if we could snatch what's there, because I've just seen how, we've had challenges, I know, finding motels because of the high cost here, but I hate seeing all that money go to other cities.
It's also becoming a hot market for hotel sales. We are preparing for Home Key 2.0, and we have a number of sites that we're working on and interested in.
Okay.
And the timing might be perfect because we still have to do a competitive bid on this and get contracts under. And so we could have actually all the work lined up by the time additional funding is released. So we could be very well positioned to move forward with an application.
Great. Well, I know we'll be talking to the governor on Friday about homeless housing money, and I know this is top of mind for him. So look forward to seeing us get more of that. And again, I do appreciate the challenges of finding motels that are able to be acquired. I know they're trying to make it more flexible now for lots of other things, including emergency housing communities and other things that we're doing. The other question I had was the size of this authorization, the 520,000. That's just for half a year, is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, and does that cover all services and everything, or is that just management and we have to go fund services out of something else?
No, that services are included in that.
Okay, so it's roughly $1 million to serve 40 people. So that's a little better than we see it maybe some of the other sites where we're adding on security costs and things like that. Is that fair to say?
I'm not quite sure if it's apples to apples. There is not the high level of security that we have at, for example, our new emergency interim housing or our BHC communities, where we have private security that's, monitoring the entrance 24/7.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. Happy to support the motion. Any other comments or questions? All right, let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Carrasco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Ricardo.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, great. We're on the final item of the evening, 8.2, acceptance of the annual progress report and implementation of the housing element. I see both Michael, as well as Rosalind, as well as Ruth are all here, and Jared. Boy, the whole planning team is here now. So whoever wants it, please take it.
Sounds good. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Ruth Cueto. I'm supervising planner with PBCE, and we're here to give you an update on the annual progress report for the housing element. Oh, does someone have the slides to share? Should I be sharing them? Sorry about that. Okay, I will go ahead and share the slide deck. 1 second.
We got it.
Okay, there we go. As you know, the housing element is a comprehensive policy document that implements residential strategies and outlines our plans to build affordable housing and market rate housing. The housing element consists of a housing needs assessment, site inventory, constraints analysis, as well as programs and work plan. With this annual report, we have new reporting requirements, similar to the ones last year where we have to report on ministerial review as well as on surplus lands. This next chart shows our RHNA numbers, our regional housing needs. And as you can see, we have roughly almost 60% of the housing that we plan for this 8.8-year period is affordable, extremely low to moderate income housing. Our RHNA goal for this 8.8-year period is roughly 35,000 units, and annualized goal is 39,987 units. This next chart shows building permit activity for 2020, calendar year 2020. And if you see the bars on the very right of your screen, it shows the annual housing goal and then how we performed in 2020. And we reached 34% of our goal for out of the 39,087 units. And when we look a little bit deeper at those numbers, what we see is breaking it down. In 2020, we met 44% of our market rate annualized goal and 28% of affordable housing goal. This next chart shows the city's cumulative RHNA performance. And we are currently in year 7, and 7 years, as you'll see again on the chart, we've reached 53% of our RHNA goals. Breaking that down, we're near 100% of our market rate goals. However, we're only at 21% of the affordable housing goal. As noted in the staff report, the production of affordable housing has been constrained due to issues such as lack of financing, availability of land, and construction costs. In terms of housing activity in 2020, we saw a divergence in the rental and for sale markets. In rentals, we saw lower rents and higher vacancies. And in Q4 of 2020, for the Class A market, we actually saw an 18% vacancy rate. And on the flip side, for the for sale market, we're seeing a hotter market in that sense. In 2019, the average days on the market for sale housing was 38 days. And in 2020, that went down to 18 days. This was likely fueled by a drop in interest rates, creating a more competitive home buying market. In 2020, we also saw a slowdown of building permit activity. Compared to 2019, there was a 43% decrease in building permits issued. There were fewer ADUs, but as a total share of all permitted residential types, ADUs were still higher, 24%. And approximately 26% of the housing units, building permits issued, were in urban village areas. And although it's not listed here, I do want to note that in 2020, we entitled 4,362 units, of which 39% of those were affordable units. Overall, this slowdown in housing activity and building permit activity reflects the softer market conditions and COVID-19 impacts. The next few slides discuss strategies in the categories of production, preservation, and protection to help us meet our housing element goals. Staff has completed several policy items from the Housing Crisis Work Plan, such as the commercial linkage fee, which we anticipate will generate up to $14 million over the next 3 years for the development of affordable housing. We've also recently wrapped up our work on General Plan Policy H-2.9, the 1.5 acre rule, which provides clarity and certainty to the development community. In addition, the General Plan 4-year review task force has completed the work, and staff will be bringing a set of recommendations to City Council at the end of the year. One of those recommendations is related to opportunity housing. which is a policy framework that could allow up to 4 dwelling units on sites that currently have single-family homes. The city has also expended funds to support 316 new affordable homes and has also purchased housing opportunity sites. And I'll hand it off now to Housing Director Jackie Morales Ferran to continue discussing the remaining items.
Thank you. I forgot the unmute button there. So the italicized items are policies that we are still working on. We are just wrapping up our community outreach on the affordable housing siting policy. This policy, again, we're in our community outreach process, and it has a goal to eliminate the historical imbalance of affordable housing siting in different opportunities and resource-rich neighborhoods versus neighborhoods where resources are not as rich. We plan to be coming back before the end of this fiscal year with a policy for your consideration. The Affordable Housing Implementation Plan that supports our Dearborn area is out for review right now, and we are wrapping up final comments. And again, that will be coming forward for your consideration before the end of this fiscal year. Next slide. The second P in the 3 Ps of housing now is preservation. We've already addressed some of this work in our earlier report on anti-displacement. Preservation is an area where we are continuing to build on existing strategies such as the motel use, which you've heard about the plaza, and we're continuing to either trying to acquire motels or looking at how we retain motels that have been acquired as a result of COVID-19. The planning department will be working on general plan mobile home park amendments. Measure E has money approved for rehab and acquisition that will allow us to preserve sites. And the Dearborn Affordable Housing Implementation Plan includes piloting the COPA program once it is developed. And you heard about that earlier this evening. Next slide. In terms of protections, which is the final P, much of this work right now is grounded in our COVID-19 response. As you know, the city recently received new funding from the federal government that we will be releasing in order to provide additional rental assistance. We are putting lots of efforts in trying to prepare for the eviction cliff when the moratorium is lifted. And again, as you have heard earlier this evening with Kristen and Reagan on our work on trying to implement tenant preferences. The housing element also includes a housing successor annual report where we have to report the amount of our assets, which includes all of the sites that we have leases on the land or we own land. And we also have 3 tests that we're required to meet. And I'm pleased to say we have met all of them, including the excess surplus test. We are not over subsidizing for senior housing, and we are meeting our goal of for the low and moderate income fund of providing at least 30% of our funding towards extremely low income housing. And looking forward, I did want to just highlight that the housing department will be coming forward with the data that we have that is grounding our work on affirmatively furthering fair housing in May of 2021. It will be going to committee and then to council. And there are 2 approaches that the council can consider. One approach is that you provide access to neighborhoods that are resource rich to promote both racial and income integration. And the second approach is to lift the neighborhoods that are being underserved in the city. The data will provide you with the information, and the Fair Housing Report really grounds the next 2 policies that you will be considering. So right after you look at the data, the Housing Department will be coming back in June with the Affordable Housing Siting Policy. And again, our approach there is to update the housing siting policy so that we eliminate the historical imbalance of affordable housing siting between resource-rich and non-resource-rich neighborhoods. And again, we're coming back in June. And then finally, all of that connects to our opportunity housing, which is, as Ruth already said, provides an opportunity to integrate both an income and racial integration by providing multifamily up to 4 units in a single family site. And so this is all grounded in our fair housing work and our study, and the results will be included in an updated housing element report. And this summarizes our staff recommendations. We're now available for questions.
Great. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Ruth. Let's go to the public first. Tessa Woodmansee.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's exactly the issue that I've been dealing with in regards to, and the state of California has been dealing with, is that our cities have taken our lands and financialized it for their own personal profit. That's this whole thing about the job housing imbalance that caused the general plan in our neighborhood on the west side of Stockton that was originally all to go. The general plan when we bought our home was for it to go residential, because our home was built as a bar and we were conforming rezoning to go residential. And then the city, and we did that in 2005, the city in 2011, without notification to our neighborhood, decided that with their drone, they went over in any commercial property, it was no jobs for housing conversion, that there'd be no jobs, there'd be no housing. And they zoned the property in our neighborhood, commercial neighborhood, with no allowance for residential. And then the state of California, which has been trying with to say that these resource-rich places like our neighborhood should be residential, but the city wants that money from that housing and that not housing, the hotel. They want that transient occupancy tax to bolster their fossil fuel based operations that they're running at City Hall. And so they decide to change everything to make money. And that's why the state of California had SB 50 was to take control of our lands, and those that are resource rich and are transportation available, like our neighborhood that's very close to Diridon, that those should be housing and override the instincts of economic gain that comes from the city taking our lands, financializing our lands for profit, for their profit, instead of thinking about how to build resilient neighborhoods and enrich our neighborhoods by keeping it housing and residential.
Thank you. Adam, welcome.
Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, council members, my name is Adam Jaradovac, and I understand that right now that this is not the time for public comment on general matters, that this is very specific. So I was wondering if there is going to be time at the end of this meeting.
Yes.
There will be?
Yeah, there'll be an open forum right after.
Perfect. Thank you. Then I will surrender the rest of my minute and 40 seconds.
Thank you, sir. We'll talk to you in a moment. Person with the phone number ending 5140.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hey, happy Easter week again, everybody. Semana Santa. Take a sip of my drink here. You need a drink when you listen to these city council meetings, I can tell you. Anyway, what you guys need to do is you need to take the Fairmont and turn it into a massive homeless and low-income housing shelter, okay? You take that, and in the bottom, instead of all those restaurants and bars, you can have a welfare office, county patrol, the Santa Clara County parole officers could be in there, welfare, AA. I mean, imagine what you could do turning the Fairmont into a complete homeless shelter, and we wouldn't have all these problems, because who on earth is going to buy and manage that hotel? Who wants to come to San Jose anyway to visit? What are you going to do here? Go to San Francisco? close to all kinds of all kinds of public transit, and it's close to City Hall, so you guys can be near all these people who you want to give out freebies to. It'll be perfect. What do you guys think? What do you think? You think you could turn this Fairmont into a homeless shelter? Something tells me someday it might happen, because once again, who's going to buy that hotel? It's going to be an empty monstrosity. Imagine how many people you could house in there. It'd be amazing. This way they wouldn't have to worry about putting a hotel in Tessa's neighborhood. I mean, it's a win-win-win situation for all. I yield my time.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. I wanted to remind that, that there's affordable housing ideas happening with upcoming Google issues. For the Stockton area, there's affordable housing issues. There's the historical preservation issues within the same neighborhood area. I hope, those two forces can learn to work together, because they're both addressing the same issue of how to deal with the future of Google in San Jose, and to involve East Side thinking into that whole process of affordable housing. I hope it can be respected and it will be appreciated, and there can be a way to get along to all sides can work out issues for the future of housing and the historical preservation there. With that said, with this issue, it was very interesting to learn about. You had good ideas today about very low and extremely low income housing ideas. It was nice. I'm interested in the future, how you can talk more about, you talked about RENA a lot, as always. There's more programs of the MTC and ABAG besides RENA. There's the MTC housing program. There's a program called BAFA, I think, something like that, BHFAA, something like that. These are programs within the MTC that are more experimental and really seriously can directly address, very low, extremely low, and of course, mixed income. That, I think people of ABAG and all of the MTC housing, they want to address Sacramento. They want to create new policies out of Sacramento to give to the local level, and people at the local level want to work on this stuff. So why not mention these other housing programs of the MTC? They're important. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra?
Thank you very much for your time. I guess I just have some questions. There was a discussion on the housing permits that were issued and how they had decreased, especially on ADUs in 2019 or 2020 as a result of COVID and other things. I was wondering if anybody had actually looked at how it was if you took out the months that the office was closed or at reduced capacity. That might be another way to analyze the situation to see if indeed they were that much lower. My second comment is there was, if I understood correctly, that there has been community outreach in regarding to the affordable housing siting. And I'm wondering if you should not look at how are you doing your community outreach, as, to be honest, this is the first time I've even heard that this was occurring. So I'm concerned about the methods that are being used for community outreach and how we're getting input from the community, and if we are listening to the input from the community. Thank you for your time and for your work.
Thank you. Paul Soto.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. What stood out to me in that report is that almost 100% of market rate housing is up and running, ready to go, contrasted with 21% of everything else. Now, somebody on this, I'm hoping that somebody on this dais will assume some responsibility for that, because it falls on this council right here, right now. Historically, in the future, this council is going to be looked upon for that number, right? That is shameful. There is nothing to be proud of with that number, because what that translates to, it's not just a data point. What that translates to is the commodification and the concentration of wealth. So that people like Gary Dillabo, John Arriaga, and Jay Paul, three men, they can literally buy and sell pretty much at least 80% of the population's wealth. Gary Dillabo spent $300 million in 90 days buying up downtown properties. And he bought land that has not been cleansed spiritually from the stain that built it, which is the redlining and all of the associated social, economic, and political policies and impotency that the Chicano communities have experienced generationally as a result of those policies. It was built over that. You wouldn't go to a dentist and just have them put a filling over the cavity. The cavity has to be drilled out first. In the same way, all of that land right there, it needs to be cleansed from its historical injustices and the blood that's in that soil.
Thank you. Alex Short.
Good evening, council and staff. Thanks for being here after a long day. Thanks, Jackie and Ruth, for presenting that information. This is my second time looking at it, and the stat that Mr. Soto mentioned continues to stand out to me as well, that we've only built 21% of our affordable housing during this period. And truth be told, that number was around that level before the pandemic kicked in. So it continues to be our highest goal. And I just plead and beseech and beg council members, when you have an affordable housing project in your district, please, please, please support the most number of homes that you can. If a developer has a general plan that allows them to go 85 feet, please don't ask them to reduce the number of homes or the height. We need every single affordable home we can get. Please, on the projects that Catalyze SV works on, consider us an ally in this fight. Our members who represent communities across the region support more homes for people and are continually asking developers to build as many homes as they can to create vibrant, dynamic, equitable, and affordable neighborhoods across this city. And so we really need your help in this way, council members. We've had a recent example where a developer has said, yes, we reduced the height in San Jose because the council member and other elected officials asked us to, and we just can't afford to do that. We are here to support you. We will talk to any community member or group that resists affordable housing and continue to support it because it's so crucial for our goals as a city and your goals, I hope, as elected officials. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, returning to the council. Appreciate the presentation. I always learn a lot from these reports. It's there's a lot in there. Councilmember Mahan.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I really just had one question for housing staff, and thanks for the report. Obviously, it's frustrating that we're not on track to hit our goals here, but seems like, as I've gone through some of the various documents, I mean, there are a lot of strategies that we have identified as things that could get us to our RHNA targets. And I guess the question / maybe sort of informal ask that I have is it would be helpful to know to what extent we can evaluate these strategies against some kind of common metric to understand, and maybe breaking it down according to the 3 Ps, but to understand for production the estimated impact of that strategy based on a certain amount of staff or city investment. What's the potential number of units we can produce? Obviously, wanting to prioritize affordable, because that's where we see the biggest gap today, as our public speakers mentioned. For preservation, what's the number of affordable units that a given strategy that we think in San Jose over the next however many years could be preserved as affordable for each of those strategies? And then, similarly for protection of tenants who are currently residing in affordable, what's the number of tenants so I haven't seen that. I do know housing staff provided my team with some documentation and some hard numbers around anti-displacement that I thought was awesome because it actually was able to specify, here's how many people we think we can help. And I'm curious to what extent staff has done that analysis or thinks it's possible going forward so we can get the most value for our limited staff time.
So we have an annual housing investment plan that actually translates, given all the resources we have, here's the number of new units that can be produced. And we calculate those resources based on Measure A. So we took that into consideration. We took into consideration the state funding, and we built a model to try to identify how much money was available, because what we know for production is we need the funding in order to produce the units because the market is unable to produce them without a subsidy. So we do have a number there. We haven't quantified all the other work, but we could certainly consider how we might do that in future reports. And I don't know if Kristen wants to say anything else on that.
No, that's about it. But we have been struggling with the idea of setting a preservation goal citywide. We're going to try to set a smaller one for the Diridon Station area, for the area surrounding it, based on feedback. But I do think we do have to set a goal and then work towards achieving the goal and raising money and identifying sources for that preservation work. And then we can daylight, and it's a really good point that we should daylight how many people, for instance, live in rent stabilized apartments now, you know, if we're thinking about protections for those programs, for instance. That's a good walking around number that we should all be able to recite. So thanks for that feedback, and we'll be putting that out.
The one thing we are doing is we are tracking the number of affordable units that have these income restrictions, and we're tracking when we lose them versus when we gain units, so that we can have a real running total of net gains versus net losses. That's something we just recently implemented.
Got it. Okay, that sounds valuable. And I guess I'm just thinking, at a high level, the 3 Ps are basically the strategy statewide that I think, or at least a high level framework. When we drill down into one like production, which I would argue over the long haul is probably the single most important one for us to get right, and the one where maybe, I don't know if staff would agree, but it seems like we're really struggling to hit targets that are only going to get more aggressive over time. And I think it's hard, at least as a new member of council, every strategy sounds good, right? The question's more about living in a world of finite resources and trade-offs, and trying to think about, if we've got 10 potential strategies, how do we evaluate which ones to bet on? And where do we invest our time and rank them? And what's the expected value of putting a bunch of effort into one strategy versus another? And it's not clear to me yet. I don't know how much of that, Jackie, you mentioned that, I forget exactly, I think it was an analysis you referenced. Is that part of the housing crisis work plan, or does that live anywhere?
Yeah, this is Michael. So yeah, as part of our housing crisis work program, we have, with all the items in it, we've actually identified the anticipated impact in terms of production, at least. So we'll be bringing that report back to the CED-CSA, and it gets cross-referenced to council. So we can make sure that information is included when we bring that report back. So you can understand like which items on there are likely to have are anticipated to have the most impact in terms of production.
Right. Okay, that would be great. And I know it's not there's no, obviously we may be wrong, right? We're just kind of making our best estimate, but I think it would be helpful to try to prioritize based on expected impact.
Yeah, I'll just add our anti-displacement strategy as we are working on our preservation work. Jackie's citing a balance report that we want to kind of daylight and make a little bit more plain as to not only are we gaining net new, which is really critically important for production, and we're helping a lot of people that way, but also where are we, you know, geographically analyzing where are we growing the affordable stock, and then if we are losing any restricted affordable apartments, where are we losing them? And what levels of affordability are we losing them at? We haven't really been tracking that all in one place and kind of analyzing it spatially before. So that's one of the recommendations in our anti-displacement work plan that we're going to start doing, I would say, in another few months. We already kind of just track the number overall, but I think we can do more than that. So it'll point to places and types of units that we need more of.
Cool. Interesting. All right. Look forward to digging in deeper. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilmember Perales?
Yeah, hi, thank you. Apologize. So I think, it goes without saying, certainly the numbers are nothing to be proud of. Looking at and this is, I think, a repeat, right? We've seen this sort of year over year and know the challenges in regards to not being able to achieve our RENA goals. We're not alone in that, as staff knows. Certainly, majority of the cities all around the 9-county Bay Area are in a similar boat. And just wanted to see if staff, I know you put it in your presentation, but just kind of briefly covered some of the challenges, because I think certainly there could be some input from council members, and especially on individual projects. But I don't want to give the impression that somehow this is these are in the makings of specifically council members or even this full council or the mayor. And so just wanted to see if you could expand a little bit in regards to the factors that weigh in as we try to invest in development of affordable housing opportunities, and what sort of stands in the way.
Well, frankly, one of the biggest impediments right now is the state's tax credit program. So we had 3 applications recently come before for scoring and review, and none of the affordable housing developments in San Jose got funded. None of them in San Francisco got funded, and none in Oakland got funded. And so the Bay Area is not competing well with how the current tax credit program is structured, which is really hurting our program. I believe one of the projects that was being evaluated, this was its 3rd time trying to get funded. So we have quite frankly a well-developed pipeline in the city of affordable housing projects that are moving along, but that is one of the biggest impediments. Frankly, COVID-19 has provided some opportunities for our developers to actually acquire sites because as market rate apartments have softened because rents have gone down, that has provided some opportunities for affordable housing developers to at least do some land acquisition. Of course, some of them are a little nervous right now because of the new affordable housing siting policy we're developing. So while they have traditionally looked at certain areas of the city, we have sent a very strong message that until the policy is done, we can't guarantee that we would support where they're acquiring sites until that policy is completed. And luckily, that's just around the corner. And again, we still need more subsidy. If we did the calculation of how much money we would need to meet the RENA goal, we don't have enough subsidy to meet the goals that are being assigned to the city. And frankly, as I stated earlier, the state policies are not aligned to support cities that have large affordable housing requirements. And so I think that's, some work to be done there. I sit on a homeless committee for the state and mentioned that how important it was for the state to align its programs so that our homeless housing that we're investing so much money in can actually get funded on a state level. So we're not all rowing in the same direction is one major problem from my current perspective. And I don't know, Krista, if you want to add any more.
I just agree with what Jackie said, and I feel like we're in a time of realignment. The state is incenting family tax credit projects in areas of higher opportunity, and but they still want us to be near transit. And so that's not always the case, that areas of higher opportunity are also near transit, right? So, and then the scoring for the competitive allocations doesn't always align with, the truth for every community. And it is a little frustrating because the state tells us to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and then really tells us to go put affordable housing in places that we've never considered it before because it might not be near transit. So it's telling us both things at the same time. And I feel like we're in a period of adjustment and change, and the alignment is not quite all there yet. And when we bring this up to the state, they're like, yeah, do both. So again, there are some additional credits that have just been created through stimulus legislation. So it could get a little bit better, but the state does have to award dense urban format projects that cost quite a bit. And the more you serve ELI households, the more expensive the projects, because you have to create reserves, in case vouchers go away and things like that. So it's not cheap business that we're in. And unless we get those tax credits and bonds allocated, the projects just stay in the pipeline and try time and time again. So unfortunately, programs that used to be non-competitive and able to be obtained pretty easily have become pretty competitive right now.
Can you give an example of, you mentioned this particular project that was tried numerous times and it was not able to achieve the tax credits. Is it some of these factors on the location? What are reasons why a project like that repeatedly wouldn't qualify?
I don't have the specifics of the project. Rachel, if she was on the line, would, but I don't think she jumped on at one point, but I don't think she's on. But we can certainly get you that information.
Can you give an example? Maybe not necessarily that exact one, but just examples of what's holding up some of these.
Yes. Actually, I just woke up. Cost. So one of the biggest challenges on why the Bay Area developments are doing so poorly is the unit cost is much higher to develop affordable housing in the Bay Area than it is in Los Angeles. So one of the tiebreaker scores is actually unit cost and cost savings. And the Southern California just kills this part of the state because their costs are so much lower.
And when you say cost, to be specific, you're talking construction cost per unit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then obviously that dives into a whole nother topic on obviously construction costs in itself. But is there something, because clearly, we are a part of this, but I think what I wanted to highlight is that this isn't something like a council policy or priorities or anything that says, hey, let's move forward on market rate housing and put affordable housing at the back of the line. This is really a factor, or a number of factors, a lot of them that are out of our control. But what is there potentially within our control? Some of the things you're talking about right now, for instance, the siding policy. That's obviously something in our control. I obviously am very supportive of that word coming back. I recognize that, while it's still finishing up, it may be, having people be confused and wondering what it's going to result in. But clearly, in my mind, a very beneficial policy, because what we've seen in particular communities, especially the lower income communities, is a really over concentration on low income housing and really little investment in anything higher, even higher levels of affordability in certain areas. And so what other policies, I guess, similar to that, things that we could do or not do that may help?
Well, actually, one of the things that we received a grant from Destination Home, of which Ruth started the program. She was the affordable housing planner and now supervises that planner. We've been able to shave off 3 months of time, processing time, by having a specific planner that is just reviewing the affordable housing projects within the planning department. And if we could get those additional resources, and we tend to just think of the building permitting process just existing in planning, but the reality is it's in the fire department and other places where projects might get stuck. And so the fact that we have this one point of contact, the housing department also pays for an environmental planner that reviews all of our work, and that helps to expedite the processes. And so those things are in our control. And I guess what I would say, that one of the questions in the fair housing piece that we're asking is that it's not just about ensuring that affordable housing gets cited in other parts of the city, but it's also the city consciously investing its resources and coordinating those resources in under-resourced neighborhoods in order to lift those neighborhoods to provide more opportunity there. So again, one strategy is to move low-income people into those resource-rich areas, and the other approach is to look at why are some neighborhoods falling behind, and what can we do collectively to stop that falling behind, or to help enrich those neighborhoods that right now are falling behind. So it's two different approaches. You can do either one, or you can do both.
Yeah, and the state tells us to do both. They keep saying it's both and as we prepare for the next housing element cycle and we identify those sites that have adequate density and make sense that they could support affordable housing, we are getting technical assistance from the region and from the state on fair housing concepts through that work. The state passed a bill that locked in the Obama administration's affirmatively furthering fair housing 2015 rules. And it is now brought into our housing element of what we need to do to think about where to build housing and what our communities need in order to support the housing. So it's all really good work. But as Jackie said, making sure that developments can proceed quickly. And then I just add, is really helpful. And I'd just add one thing, which is we have had several state streamlining projects come into the department. And I think we're doing well at trying to tell people this is how you get the streamlining projects done under state law and moving those along like we're supposed to. So I think it's about communication somewhat on that side, and then resourcing the staff work.
Great. I appreciate all that feedback, and do think that there's some avenues, especially in regards to maybe this tiebreaker that happens at the state, knowing our high cost of construction, and it's a regional issue. I don't necessarily think that that's something, right, that it's fair as a tiebreaker when you compare us to other areas up and down the state. And then, obviously positive to hear about the added resources you may be able to have within your office that can help speed things up. And those are decisions, again, as I was asking, and thank you for the answer, that we can help with on our end of being able to try and much better achieve these goals. So with that, I'll move to accept the staff report. Thanks.
Second.
Motion from Councilmember Perales. Thanks again to everybody in the housing team for all your hard work. I know this is a very large rock to be pushing up a hill, and it's the most important one to push. So I'm glad we're pushing, and we'll keep pushing. Just to add to what Councilmember Perales said, I recall looking at a couple years ago to see who exactly was meeting the RENA targets for affordable housing. And my recollection, it was somewhere between 99 and 100% of cities were failing to meet the RENA allocation for affordable housing, and not by a little, but nobody was close. Is that still the case?
Yes, that is still the case. I think actually the last cycle, only Beverly Hills met their arena cycle, or was one of a handful, because
Beverly Hills.
they built a couple nanny units, and that was their requirement, was like
Yeah.
2 or 3 units. It's kind of a joke, but it's not a
Yeah.
joke. It's kind of sad, but yeah,
Yeah.
that is still true.
Right, which of course reinforced the justice of the segregation of our communities in income and race in so many ways. So appreciate that perspective, Michael. Beverly Hills was the only one, and that it says a lot. This is a much bigger challenge. I know we do a lot of beating up of ourselves for a failure to meet arena targets, and frankly, I see it in the media too. That whenever this report comes up, I see the reports in the media, and for whatever reason, those reporters never bother to look at what's going on statewide, because literally no city, to my knowledge, has consistently met those. At least any city of any size that's actually building any affordable housing, as we are, as Oakland is, San Francisco, and so many other larger cities. So I think that context is really, really important. And I know everybody's trying really hard, and we have to keep trying harder, and we need to go find more resources. But let's be conscious of the fact that there are larger forces here. And I think Jackie and Kristen described a few of them. This issue about the low-income housing tax credit program, I know has been an ongoing source of frustration for at least a couple years. And I guess the question is this something that's fixable with legislation? I know this is really run through the TCAC, but couldn't we just try to push a bill that would enable us to adjust for market conditions on construction costs? We know we have much higher labor costs. And has there been any interest or appetite for that in our discussions with our state delegation?
There really hasn't been interest yet within the advocacy area of pushing a bill yet, because of the treasurer being an elected official as well. So there's still hope, because there is a working group of developers that are trying to figure out this issue on how the tiebreaker score can be changed in order to ensure that it's not resulting in these significant imbalances. My guess is if that effort is not successful, then a bill would be important. But of course, we would have Southern California and the rural areas would probably be unlikely to support it unless we could get, some compromise position that ensured there's more of an equitable distribution of those credits.
Yeah, I appreciate.
And I think something you have continued to advocate for, that we as an industry need to do, is to also try to lower our costs. They just are getting so high. We have to demand on the affordable side that they continue to look at other technologies and other building forms in order to decrease the costs.
Yeah. Thanks, Jackie. Appreciate that. And I also appreciate that the legislative balance, we will get outvoted by LA just on, by virtue of votes. And so I get the fact that's a heavy lift. I just wonder if maybe there's a way we could raise the profile on this issue, and be happy to talk with you more offline about that. We've got 3 mayors in the Bay Area who are very active in Sacramento, and I'd like to think that, we could try to get something that's more objectively fair in place. Jackie, you alluded to something that was a line of questions I really wanted to push. We've got this very high vacancy rate in Class A housing. We know, I'm hearing from plenty of builders that they're sitting on their shovels. We got a lot of entitled units that are not getting built, with 7,400 currently approved planning entitlements that have not started construction. And I don't expect they're going to get financing for a long time, because 18% vacancy is awfully high, and that's going to take a while for that to get worked out. And so does that give us an opportunity here in the crisis? And to what extent are we identifying all those sites where someone's got an entitlement and telling affordable builders, hey, go talk to that guy, because you can go buy a fully entitled site and mitigate a lot of risk and get going? Or if we did that, would they just be running into the brick wall of not getting allocations from TCAC?
Well, I always believe it's in this time we should just try to buy up as much land as possible. I'm a big proponent of, because those opportunities, the rental market will change very quickly. Unlike home ownership, rental markets, the rental owners monitor rents on a daily basis. So if you're looking for a rental apartment, you are not guaranteed the rent until you sign the lease, because they've created science in terms of modifying leases. And so really the predictions are that the rental market will bounce back, and does bounce back much faster than the for sale typically does. Although we all know for sale in San Jose did not take a hit. It's actually going crazy right now. So, but that is something we can work with the fabulous Jared from OED in identifying potential opportunities there, and seeing if we can create some opportunity.
It would be great for us just to make it really easy for affordable builders, for the nonprofits to be able to say, here's a bunch of sites and nobody's moving on them. So I'd love to understand if that's possible, if that would actually move the needle at all. Then I know that there was mentioned in the report about that we got 86 million of the 100 million NOFA out the door, which is great. I know we got 3 more projects that will get funding. The second NOFA, I think, is expected this spring. Do we have any sense of the scale of that NOFA?
I want to say it's like close to 70 to 80 million dollars, but again, we're trying to figure out when to release it, because we do know there are developers that are not within these priority areas, and so we're trying to wrap up a decision there in order to move forward.
Okay.
But again, we're kind of backed up on that tax credit side, so
right.
That is more challenging at this point.
Okay. And is the fact that I know we're waiting for this policy to be in place, I'm just concerned if we're making the perfect the enemy of the good. Are there a lot of projects that we're holding up by saying, hey, wait till we figure out our siting policy?
Well, we know there are some projects that are definitely in areas of opportunity or higher resource neighborhoods that were not identified in the last application, and we could go forward with those because we already know we want those to move forward. So in the Diridon area, or in, again, other city council districts where we have seen a lack of affordable housing, I think the one thing we would want to note is some of the fascinating work that we just realized is that when we look at some of the opportunity rich areas in the city, turns out there's a lot of senior housing.
Yeah.
Which is not surprising, because when an affordable housing developer says senior housing, they're afraid of the neighborhood usually.
Right.
That's their first line of defense. And so we know we want to be able to craft that NOFA to ensure that we're actually getting family housing in those areas, because for many, that's the opportunity that exists. So we could do some tweaks in order to try to get that NOFA out earlier.
Yeah, and I would just emphasize in high resource areas where we have school districts that want to build housing on school district land, the opportunity to get kids in families that can only afford low-income housing into those school districts is really critical. And so I think this policy that planning is working on around school district land is going to be critically important for us to be able to get more low-income families in places of opportunity where their kids can go to those schools. And so I really, I look forward to that coming back to us in the fall, because I think those land sites are going to be important for us. Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. Something you said just brought up a point that I wanted to just talk to the council about, which is that you were talking about the vacancy rate in Class A apartments, and I've had multiple moderate income folks come to me and say that they have properties that they want to buy. One of them, there are two specifically that I've had recently. One in my district is a site that has been approved for housing, and it is currently frankly a blank site. And then the other one is Class A housing that has already been built. and they're trying to lease but having issues with leasing. And so this goes to our moderate income policy that we don't have, and I don't remember exactly how we worded it in the direction that we gave you, Jackie, but there was talk of it coming back in April, and I don't know if that's still in the plan, since when we did the recovery work plan, we didn't prioritize that. Can you tell me how the work is going on that item? Because we do have some sort of, as you said, the rental market changes quickly, and they want to act fast, and they're very worried about missing this opportunity.
Yes, so we're very close to being able to return to council. So our goal was to try to hit the April 27th council date. It may slip 1 week, but it will not slip more than that 1 week.
Thank you. So Mayor, that may be a remedy that could help with some of this, where we don't have to acquire it with our funds, but rather just lend our backing to the bond funding that they would have, and then of course we would lose the property taxes, of course, on those items, but on those properties. But that would give us more housing in the moderate income range, which we also saw was lagging.
Thank you, Councilmember. I just got a notice from Nathan Ho and our team that we're working on a letter from, I think from Libby Lund and myself, to go to CDLAC. So I guess that's already in the works. So we'll keep pushing. All right, other questions or comments? Okay, there's a motion from Councilmember Pralas. Let's vote.
Jimenez,
Yes.
Morales,
Aye.
Cohen,
Aye.
Crosco,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
Esparza,
Yes.
Arenas,
Yes.
Foley,
Aye.
Mahan,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Licardo.
Aye. Okay, thanks, everybody. We're on to open forum. We will hear comments on any item which is not on the agenda currently. Tessa Woodmansee.
What's not on the agenda, of course, was this, and I would like a response. You said to some of the people, you said, oh, we'll get back to you. I would like a response. And the issue that we're dealing with, like I've been talking about all night, one of the issues that's most pressing, because a hotel is being built in my neighborhood. So it does keep my attention on the here and now. And that what happened with this property is that the owner decided he wanted to do housing, affordable housing. And all the things you're talking about tonight with affordable housing, how important it is, and yet this got denied. It got denied for some specious argument that it was too close to light industry, because and I really want that looked at. I really was hoping Michael Briot would look at that and get back to us. I want to see that in writing, that you're not allowed to, develop affordable housing because it's across the street from light industrial. And in fact, the east side of San Jose, the general plan for that area is for it to go like office buildings, and that's another problem, but that's like 15-story office building is the general plan. And yet we could not have affordable housing. And the interesting thing about this neighborhood that is very resource rich is that this housing that was being proposed was going to be affordable for the missing middle, the middle income, and it was going to be home ownership. And therefore it would have brought integration. It would have brought a variety of ethnic and minorities to the community, because it would have been multiple housing. And, this is what we needed. And everything that you're saying about what's not happening, and yet you denied it. And like the developer, Alan Wynn, says, and is that, I said, we don't want a hotel when I spoke to his wife. She goes, that's the only thing the city will allow us to build. So it really is up to the city. We know it's up to the city, and we really need to have that changed, so we get the housing that we need and demand for our neighborhood, and move forward, because it's not up to Alan, it's up to the city.
Thank you. Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. It's called the Bay Area Housing Finance Authority, BAHFA. And that's one of three, at least three programs of the MTC housing programs that I hope can be talked about more in the open public space in the future. I also wanted to mention, for all the RV ideas that are possible right now and tow ideas that are available. And I mentioned, in all the different cities, Fremont, Berkeley, Mountain View, Palo Alto, which is doing really impressive work. The city of Pacifica is having some difficulties, and the ACLU is suing Pacifica over its current RV policies. I thought I would mention that as another frame of reference for yourselves to address your own tow issues for the future. And finally, to conclude, it was great to hear Tessa Woodmansey back again. She's not been around public comment for a while, and she was trying to say on one of the items about the future of airplanes in San Jose. And she's a bit offended that, if not insulted, by, I think what she was trying to say was that, San Jose, in order to meet their high-rise goals, they want to reestablish and recreate the whole airline industry. They want the whole airline industry to make changes and basically start using more jet fuel, which is preposterous. It is just obscene and absurd. And I really hope that you can get your act together on that account and not go for these super high rises and just keep it mellow. And sorry for the trouble. Thanks for your time. Good meeting today.
Thank you. The number ending 5140.
Hey, happy Easter week, everybody. I know the city doesn't want to say it, right? They want to talk about other people's religious holidays. That's fine, but they should at least talk about Christian holidays. They don't. I digress. Anyway, look at this city tries to give away things to homeless people and people in need, and build bike lanes, and, instead of maybe trying to prevent these stupid sideshows that happen. That I don't really care if they happen or not. But in the end, this city can't even run its public parks. And Dev, if you're still there listening, hope you're still there. The Rose Garden, the fountain is constantly broken, and the bathrooms. I mean, I feel sorry for the homeless people who have to go in there, because the bathrooms look like something from I don't know. Third world places don't even look like this. The broken windows, the ceiling that's a piece of plywood, a toilet that looks like I don't even want to talk about. It's not family friendly. And you're going to try to, revamp this city when you can't even run your public parks. How are you going to run a homeless shelter? How are you going to, manage these homeless encampments? How are you going to create housing for the homeless if you can't even run a effing park? Think about that. The people listening should really think about this. You got plenty of terrible bike lanes that are non-intuitive. Now it's hard to park your car next to the Rose Garden. Dev, are you listening? You got a beautiful Rose Garden that needs a lot of grass repair. Dev, are you listening? It's just terrible. And I mean, the airport, like I said.
Adam Juratovic, excuse me if I just mispronounced your name.
It's okay. My name is Adam Juratovac, Mayor Liccardo, Vice Mayor Jones, and council members. I just would like to state for the record that right now there you go, Pam and Nora have their cameras on, so I'm unsure who's still available. But I just would not want to take the time. My name is Adam Juratovac, and I'm an attorney in the San Jose area. And I am also a former San Jose Sabercat, which I always have to put that there because it shows I've been in town for more than a couple years. I just want to introduce myself because I was one of the organizers of last week's Stop Asian Hate Community Rally over in San Jose City Hall. that saw, from our count, approximately 2,500 community members come together to stand against hate and discrimination towards not only the Asian American community, but oppressed communities altogether. We are currently scheduling and planning another event, another community rally, which is going to be a peaceful protest on April 25th, 2021. We've recently submitted an application for a special events permit to utilize Cesar Chavez Plaza in downtown San Jose, and I would like to personally invite every single one of you to the event. The event will be at 1 p.m. and it will be on Sunday, so it'll give you an opportunity to get ready that morning before you come on by. I also want to do another open invitation for anyone who is willing to help and contribute to the afternoon's festivities and peaceful protests, because I believe that the more community involvement we have in showing our strength towards violent acts of violence towards the elders in our community and those who aren't able to defend themselves in certain situations, the better that it will be for San Jose as a whole. So I appreciate the time, and I hope to see you out there on the 25th.
Thank you. Sandra?
Thank you for very interesting presentations that I was able to listen to today. I did want to congratulate the Housing Department and the mayor and the council for making significant progress on ADUs and on the streamlining the permitting process and even the construction process for ADUs. Having worked as a civil engineer in an industry that was impacted by high construction costs, we moved to a modular system, which the modules were constructed in Mississippi and Alabama, and then shipped to where they had to be installed. And we saved our industry by building them elsewhere and using modular construction. I think the city should start exploring some other options and looking at other industries that have had high construction costs but have managed to survive by being more creative and thinking out of the box. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Soto.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hold on just 1 second. Let me pull this up. I wrote this from a cell in Elmwood a couple of years ago on Thanksgiving Day while I was thinking of Michael Tyree. Mental health under the weight of your wealth, suffers striving for dignity. Our humanity under your apathy, our significance beneath your indifferences, challenges our collective resiliency. Eyes see, ears listen, let sentient hearts pray for those with an obsession who welcome oppression to those living in San Jose. The greedy know nothing about justice. They know only about just us. Examine my heart, search my soul, says San Jose. What has become of me? When I look in the eyes, ignoring the cries of those who are the least one of these. Compassion escorted me along the creeks. These share not in San Jose's wealth. Holding apathy's nose because it reeks, said, it is no matter, they brought it on themselves. Along the Guadalupe, poverty mourning, as developers and banks keep oligarchs yearning, providing the means of gentrification, plotting the insolvents' decimation. Instead of new homes, they erect tombstones, casting its shadow along the river, building your towers, demonstrating your power, and whose shadow the homeless shiver. This poem's goal is to remind we have a mandate to be kind, upon which our humanity is built. Woe to those in haughtiness who chose to suppress the soul pangs of guilt. Now, this is what I offer my city, and these numbers that were articulated today are shameful. They are embarrassing, and I want action. I want serious, bold, courageous action. If you ain't got that kind of bold courageousness, leave the job. We need people in place that are going to advocate and understand the needs of the community and then do what they can to meet those needs.
Thank you. Alex Shore?
Hey, council members, staff, thanks for letting me take a couple more minutes at the end of your day. Alex Shore, Executive Director of Catalyze SV. Wanted to just preview for you. You're probably already following it in the news or through the action alert that we had out, and some of our members were emailing you in the last week or so, but just wanted to preview for you the Berryessa flea market issue is going to be a big one in the months ahead. The Planning Commission voting last week to delay the discussion until May 12th and invite the developer and the vendors of the flea market to work on a community benefits agreement. This is one of, if not the most important project in all of San Jose. I think all of us would hate to see 700 merchants be displaced from their businesses and thus potentially from our community of San Jose and Silicon Valley if this market isn't preserved or recreated or relocated. And we hope to help foster a conversation in the weeks ahead on what are some options, looking at places like the Berkeley Farmers Market next to their BART station and how they were able to work toward a win-win solution there. And we think something like that can be done here. So we just urge planning staff, OED, council members, and the mayor to put on our most creative, innovative policy thinking solution hats and try to see if we can come up with a win for the community, a win for the city, and a win for the developer. And we think that from our perspective involves recreating the flea market on site, implementing parking maximums on the site, increasing the amount of density and thus eliminating the height regulations, and thus allowing more homes and more jobs to come to San Jose to achieve our goals.
Thank you. All right, I believe Catherine Hedges.
Good evening. I want to echo everything that Alex Shore said. I was at a recent public meeting about the flea market, and I heard so many people who vended the flea market, who shop at the flea market. It's a very important part of San Jose, and it's just amazing what a huge micro business incubator you have in such a small area. That's a really, really valuable resource for our local economy, for people who live in that community, for people who are new to the community, and we really need to preserve it either in place or some on-site or directly nearby alternative, preferably on-site. I agree with everything Alex said, and also I wanted to echo what Sandra was saying about thinking out of our current box of regulations for construction methods. I remember there were these huge schedule and cost overruns with Second Street Studios because it was the first project in San Jose built with the modular construction, and the inspectors are apparently kind of at sea about what to do about it because it didn't fit into the categories they're used to dealing with. So I hope the city can streamline those processes, because I remember it cost like $1 or $2 million just to house the tenants who were scheduled to go into the housing, and it wasn't ready for 6 months due to all these inspection hangups. And also, I've read 2 news stories in the Spotlight in less than a week about how Abode Services is falling down on the job at the Plaza Hotel at Renaissance Place. And I know they are where I live here at Donner Lofts, and someone needs to do an investigation of them, whether it's the city or the grand jury with the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, this meeting's adjourned. Everybody have a good night.